said, excuse me, but you don't understand where I'm at. I was all around the world, on span, cross the map. I've been laying low and now it's time to pop up, bitch, I'm back. Now I'ma run it up. Snooze on the kid, are you dumb or what? You better go get your numbers up. Now throw me the oop, I gotta hire a Jerry Maguire. I'm tired of hearing it, show me the loot. I had to listen, they told me to shoot. Like it or not, man, I told them the truth. I stay away from the things that be causing me trouble, just out here enjoying the view. Seeing shit I never had, boy, I used to be a bad boy. Now I'm in my bag, boy, I knew. I don't do the rumors or the tabloids, I'll let you handle that noise. That shit doesn't last, no, it's true. Each time that I move, ayy, my free time ain't free time, it's peace signs if you snooze. I got crease lines in my shoes. Walk with me, you see what I do. Walk with me, you see what I mean. Show you how to see it right through. I said, excuse me, but you don't understand where I'm at. I was all around the world, on span, cross the map. I've been laying low and now it's time to pop up, bitch, I'm back. Now I'ma run it up. Snooze on the kid, are you dumb or what? You better go get your numbers up. Really on God, getting paid for this shit while I drink on the job. They so desperate for some clicks to the links on they blog. Being real, man, it's nothing but exhaust. Come on, I said excuse me, please. Why they speak like they knew me? Right from the gate, I had all of it written. When they speak of grace, knowing they didn't include me. It took me a while, I weathered the storm. Bitch, why you hating? Get better informed. No room to slip when the pressure is on. You wasn't with it to move it along. I said excuse me, you don't understand where I'm at. I was all around the world, on span, cross the map. I've been laying low and now it's time to pop up, bitch, I'm back. Now I'ma run it up. Snooze on the kid, are you dumb or what? You better go get your numbers up.
Up or down, we get paid either way. Long when it bounce, short when it break. Yeah. Up or down, we get paid either way. Long when it bounce, short when it break. Market go red, that's dinner on place. If you only win one way, you late. Yeah. Up or down, we get paid either way. Money in the bank when the candles shake. Broke boys pray, we calculate. If you fear both sides, you too late. Yeah. Price go up, I ride the wave. Price fall fast, I short the gray. They need green just to feel okay. I make money in a hurricane. If you bullish, only you half a trader. Market turn red, you a spectator. I stay paid in every layer. Volatility, my elevator. They panic selling, I'm scaling in. They revenge trade, I'm stacking wins. They chasing candles, I fade the trend. They cash out calm while they hold the L. You want direction, I want range. You want hope, I want exchange. You want luck, I want edge. That's why my account don't beg. Up or down, we get paid either way. Long when it bounce, short when it break. Market go red, that's dinner on plates. If you only win one way, you late. Up or down, we get paid either way. Money in the bank when the candles shake. Broke boys pray, we calculate. If you fear both sides, you too late. I don't need green candles to eat. If you're scared too short, you're scared to win. Profit don't care about direction. Bulls celebrate, bears pay me. Volatility is my direct deposit. Your hope is my liquidity. I don't predict opposition. Fear is where the entries live. You pray for pumps, I prepare for dumps. I make money in corrections and celebrations. The trend is your religion. The range is my income. If the chart move, I get paid. Yeah. Up or down, we get paid either way. Long when it bounce, short when it break. Market go red, that's dinner on plates. If you only win one way, you late. Up or down, we get paid either way. Money in the bank when the candles shake. Broke boys pray, we calculate. If you fear both sides, you too late.
Said I'm taking big shots, just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. They been trying to get me cheap like a thrift shop, but I told them it's my time, shit the wristwatch. They been talking way before they even doing something. Whoa. If they wanna play, let's get a tip off. Ain't no silver lining, dawg, this some rose gold. Getting new money, I'm a old soul. Yeah, I get it bouncing like a pogo. Whoa. And I'm too cold like Frozone. And my chick elastic, girl. Told him we ain't in the faking, this ain't plastic, girl. Bought a new whip and cash, now my tax is thorough. Way I'm shooting like step, but my pass is bro. The way I'm playing the field, I'm in a league of my own. And now they all in they fields, I got them all on my phone. But dog, I'm hitting the climb, I got no time on the low. Way I'm shooting is messy, the way I'm hitting the goals. I'm taking big shots, just stop. Way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. I just left, but you know I'm coming back though. And you know I don't play by my rags though. Now go and turn it up to the max, whoa. Send a paper to me now like a fax, whoa. Got 2 phones ringing off the hook now. When I'm in the city, I get looks now. I was going bad, but I'm good now. Said I had to go and put my foot down. Told him I'ma get it and go. Even in the summer, man, they knowing I'm cold. I got a couple checks coming that I made out the flows. Might get a couple more popping if I do it some more. I gotta do it for real. Said I'm back in my bag. All my digits are climbing just like they all on a dash. And they tell me slow down, cause dog, I'm moving too fast. Might go and cop me a Tesla, cause dog, I still got a gas. Said I'm taking big shots. Just stop, way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop, way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't ever going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, at the top of the class on a roll. Ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, at the top of the class on a roll. Ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go. On the road, here we go, here we go.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Frankie Candles live stream. Bitcoin finally gets the breakout into about, what do we hit here? Dollar amount. Let me get the exact number. $69,789, guys, breaking above our previous value area high / value area low for that big move up into our next upper volume profile. Just checking my audio here. Let me know if my audio is good, guys. I think I accidentally changed the levels. But yeah, Bitcoin getting the breakout of that 45-day sideways range, finally giving us the move. Now we sit inside our upper profile that we not only looked at on last night's live stream, but have been looking at ever since June for this potential bigger move to the upside. Super, super, super validating to see this move, guys. In today's live stream, I'm going to cover the next targets to the upside, what I'm looking for next. We'll take a look at the higher time frames, what this could mean for the long-term moves on Bitcoin, as well as how we were able to see this being a high probability on the charts all the way back at $58,000. So shout out to the CandleMafia. Welcome in. Happy pump day. At least it feels like a massive pump. I mean, I guess it was pretty decent, but especially after that sideways price action, guys, seeing this volatility is very nice. Bitcoin has been absolutely dead for literally like 45 days. So shout out to the Mafia. What is going on? ETH looking nice too. As you guys know, we were looking at the $2,000 ETH target. I'll cover that as well. ETH sitting at $2,091, right at that next target. We'll talk about that as well. Of course, these targets have taken a long time to get hit, but they were never invalidated. So again, I'll cover that more when we get on onto the charts. I don't know why I can't talk. Shout out to Gen Z. What is going on? Said, send it, Frankie. Send it to 0. Shout out to Gen Z. Are we going back down, guys? I will let you guys know exactly what I'm thinking about. What would cause the most pain? A fake rally making everyone think the bear is over, and then one more dump, and then pump. Shout out to Golden Child. We'll talk about kind of what I think the most painful scenario will be. And yeah, as you know, like locally here for this move to the upside, talked about this literally yesterday, the most painful scenario being this push to the upside as, you know, a lot of people, super, super bearish, sentiments in the absolute garbage, but we had tons of technical signals that we have been covering daily here. And I know it got really repetitive, guys, but this is why I continue to cover this. I mean, number one, there's nothing else to look at other than what we have on the chart, but also because you have those divergences, those daily bullish divergences at the low with the money flow coming up. We are always going to be holding a portion of that long from 58K for that bigger move to come in, and it's super exciting that we're finally breaking into this upper volume profile, also approaching some resistance, so we'll cover that. Let's see. Shout out to Gen Z said, I'm glad we're out of that volume profile more than anything. Yeah, I honestly, yesterday, and I don't know if it was a market update or a live stream a couple days ago, with our money flow, my sentiment really became somewhat neutral, whether we were going to get the drop to the downside first to 61K or the push to the upside. And I kind of talked about my preferences. I don't really have a preference, personally at least. But yeah, we'll cover it when we get on the charts. I don't want to get too in-depth here just yet. Got to get the Bulls hyped and the Bears scared before sending Biddy back to where she belongs. Shout out to Ligma Wick. We got Darren Does Things and Jesse in the chat. Show them some love, guys. Those are our mods for today. So yeah, let's go ahead and jump on into the charts because we got a lot to talk about today, guys. So here we are. Bitcoin finally breaking out here. And as you know, I'm going to start on the higher time frames, and then we'll kind of cover, of course, you guys know, we do have the, wrong range. We do have the $67,000 to $68,000 zone. This is the next major area on the chart. 2 levels yesterday on the live stream. I don't remember if it was yesterday or on the market update. I believe it was yesterday. Of course, we had that $61,000 golden pocket at the value area low, and when we look at our local range, we do have to keep in mind that technically the statistical higher probability, just based on the volume profiles, is when you deviate above the high, you can go for acceptance back into the range, can't get out. At this point, you have an open door, obviously, to the POC, still can't get out. You're below the POC, you're questioning if you're going to get that high probability rotation to 61,000. We come back up, we look at the value area highs, key resistance, back down, and then again, you're below the POC, and we talk about last night here, or not here, but as we started to approach this point of control, it's like, well, this is your biggest level on the chart, right? If we're going to come up for a bearish retest and we get stuck underneath that point of control, this keeps that $61,000 level in play, right? However, yesterday, what we talked about here, once we get above that point of control, right, this is the key level to hold. And shout out to anybody who watched the live stream yesterday. Let me just see if I can, I got the box here somewhere. Our key level of support sitting between the POC. This is the biggest level on the chart yesterday. Point of control, golden pocket, 786. We also had an anchored VWAP coming in here. I don't believe we tapped it. Yeah, we got just very, very close to it. But look at this, guys. We tap directly into that POC almost to the dollar. We actually had a long setup here in the premium Discord. I don't know if I have this. Let me see if I have this pulled up as a folder. Scalp long idea. Believe this is it, right? Bada boom. Into the POC. The idea here, I could take these brushes off the chart. Bada boom. Zoom out a bit, right? Of course, yesterday, $64,000 point of control with the golden pocket and 786 sitting below. I actually would have not preferred to come back down here because, of course, you know, down here, once you bounce off the 786, you got to fight back on top of that POC. But this was the line in the sand. If you are able to flip on top of that point of control, of course, the next key level to look at is the value area high. And as we talked about our local range, sitting right here, sitting right here, as these levels have been tested so many times, right? We had the value area high tested once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, right? And the more times you test these levels, the more likely they are to break. And I discussed yesterday where it's like, my thought process here is, do I have super high hopes for the short or rejection at the value area high here? Well, based on our local volume profile, of course, there's always going to be interest in a rejection at the value area high, especially with the bearish divergences that we saw forming. But with this level tested so many times, it starts to get a little bit less probable that you're going to continue to see these beautiful rotation, right? Eventually, this is going to break out. We talked about how I did think that it was going to happen very soon, making me a little suspicious of this rejection, with the POC, of course, always being your TP1 within the volume profile. And, of course, that key level of support, if you could hold that, we could look for the higher low for the bigger move into the value area high of our larger medium time frame volume profile. Right, so I said I was going to start on the higher time frames, but I kind of just dove in here to the lower time frames. But I did just want to cover that level of support. Of course, that was the line in the sand. If we ended up breaking down below there, right, this would have indicated that we would likely go down to $61,000, which of course would not invalidate the longer term bullish thesis of potentially now coming up to the higher time frames. Right, shout out to anybody who saw that market update. I mean, it had to have been back here, somewhere in here, right, at like the beginning of July, end of June. When we came down here, guys, high time frame analysis, pulling up the daily time frame, right, excuse me, we have the macro volume profile. Let me get rid of some of this. Let me just hide some of this so I don't have to search for all this stuff. Macro volume profile sitting above, right? This was the bullish case. Of course, we've covered this a million times. Bullish divergences forming below our value area low. Overvalued, undervalued. We went ahead and took that long position down there at $58,000 with our first anticipation to eventually see this ride up, retest the value area low, which obviously was looking through our local volume profile just for educational purposes. Deviate below the low, get back in, stay inside the range, go to the value area high, taking partial profits on that long position. But as I've been explicitly stating, I was still holding a portion of my long position, and I still am. And the reason for that is because our daily money flow coming up, very simply put, volume profiles will absolutely change your life, guys. Daily bull divs, money flow starts to trend to the upside, in which case we do have the open door for any kind of pullbacks at the key resistance, which was originally sitting between $65,000 and $67,000. Any of these pullbacks could be looked at as higher lows for higher highs to come, with that line in the sand or deeper retracement that we would have accepted being that $61,000 golden pocket. So even if we came down here, we could have still looked for the higher low and the higher high, and that has everything to do with, number one, money flow on the daily being in the green. Number two, daily bull divs confirmed below the value area. This is cheap price action. Eventually, if you can get back above these levels, this would very likely trigger a very large move to the upside, targeting 67 to 68K. We are currently sitting at 68 to 55. Now, let me take this off whoops, I guess I could take that off as well. Bada boom, right? And our key line in the sand locally yesterday was simply this golden pocket 786, right? Because if you're going to continue the downtrend, you're going to be looking for lower highs at that golden pocket 786, which I actually have marked off right here. right? This is the level to break above in order to take out those highs. If we break above the 786, I think we can take out those highs. Here we are, right? Very simple. It's a very simple thesis, right? Fibonacci retracement is where you're going to be looking for the lower high and the lower low, right? We also had our 3-hour money flow coming into the green. Money flow has been pretty chopped up, but for what it was worth yesterday, we had the 3-hour money flow coming into the green, 4-hour money flow trying to trend up. But then we looked at some of the high time frame red dots, and this is what gave me that kind of neutral bias at the end of this range, whether we break to the upside or downside. You have massively tested support, massively tested resistance. So, when you get these full rotations of the range consistently, eventually the deeper into that range you get, the higher the probability that, you're not going to get lucky enough to just endlessly get these rotations, right? Eventually you're going to get that breakout, which is why I looked at this short as a little bit just because, higher, more times the level is tested, more times you knock on the door, the more likely it is to open. If we push up, get above the 786, we can get that rip above the highs, which of course we have done. So absolutely beautiful, super validating, guys. Like I said, we have been looking for this and entertaining this as the bullish case. Again, the reason I was holding that 58K long from all the way back in June, I can actually show you, let me see here. In the Discord, right, this did obviously take a very, very long time to play out, but this all kind of starts all the way back here, right? And this isn't even the earliest I posted about it. This was like all the way up to, I think, July. Where is it? Come on. We saw those daily bull divs forming at the low. Bada boom, right? We had the long setups. I'm not going to dig here to find the exact. There it is, right? Looking for another low to form on the 1 hour to print that bullish divergence, right? At the same time, printing the daily bullish divergence. This was our entry trigger into that $58,000 long. Ended up getting in there. And then, of course, as we see that bull div confirm and ride to the upside, we take a look at those higher time frames and understand that, well, hey, when we look at this, we have this massive volume profile ahead. Money flow coming up. So any pullbacks can be looked at as lackluster for higher lows and higher highs. Once we get inside this range, of course, we can go to the POC, and that $68,000 level is still the biggest level to the upside on the chart right now, because if we can flip that into support, we can eventually look for that full ride into the value area high, sitting at around $78,000. And finally, we got that push to the upside. We didn't get the pullback to the 786, but of course, we don't know if you're going to hold local fibs, if you're going to hold those full fibs, and if, obviously our local range helps us identify that local support. We had the long position in the Discord, not only from down here, but we also had the long position, the long setup from yesterday on the push into that POC. Right? So absolutely beautiful. And I don't show this to be like, oh my God, look, we're the best. But I do kind of like to show you guys what we see on the chart to anticipate this. When I talk about this big move potentially into the 70s, you get a lot of people that say, we're in a bear market. You're an idiot. This guy doesn't know what he's doing, which it's totally fine, right? I understand it. The emotions of the market are extremely strong, especially in a bear market. But this is all based off the charts. The charts are the truth. Show me the chart. I will tell you the news. Show me the charts. I'll tell you my bias. I don't care about news. I don't care about sentiment. I guess I kind of care about sentiment because when people are super bearish, right, it starts to, and the charts are calling for the upside. You're like, well, that kind of makes sense, right? Well, the charts are usually right. And the, masses are super bearish. The sentiment's, absolutely in the garbage. Makes sense that the most painful scenario would be to see that pop to the upside, which of course we have talked about. Most painful scenario here, everybody wants lower. What would hurt the most? Well, of course, it would be that big pop into this upper macro volume profile. And if we want to get really painful, right, continue through here and eventually fill up to $78,000. So they've been on the chart. Signs have been on the chart forever. And, here it is. Super validating, guys. We've been waiting. Again, I don't remember when that last post was. When was this? Like September 16th. We originally saw that long position at 58K all the way down here, right? And like I said, first idea is to come up and retest that value area low. And once we test that value area low, we want to see what that daily money flow is doing, right? We start heading up towards the value area low. There's a setup. There's it playing out. And then once we get up to this value area low, right, we start to think to ourselves, well, hey, what is the daily money flow telling us? Money flow indicates the overall trend. Although chopped up on the medium time frames, the daily was the only thing that was clear. So as we travel up here, we see money flow coming up. My anticipation has to be lackluster retracements, higher lows, and higher highs. And again, that line in the sand sitting there at 61K. Luckily, we didn't have to go down and visit it, right? And to be honest, it would have been a very difficult situation if we did, because if we came down here, I think that daily money flow would go back into the red, making it a very difficult call down there. So absolutely beautiful. Back inside the value area low, a.k.a. the doorway to higher prices here, guys. And, of course, this has kind of just happened in an absolute straight line. But what happens, right? Insane. This profile has, this is not a level I put here today. This profile has been sitting on the chart ever since back here, right? So, of course, the levels are still relevant. We get inside the profile, flip it into support. Next likely stop is the POC. We all know we had a ton of liquidity up here, which could cause a massive squeeze to the upside, which is exactly what we saw. If I pull that liquidation heat map up, let me actually pull it up over here. Bada boom. Right, you can see here we had this liquidity, right? So once you start getting up towards that POC, you could get those big liquidations. Once we start stopping out all these shorts, it would cause a massive squeeze to the upside, which is the reason why we saw that very aggressive move up. A lot of liquidations happening in here, assessing that push to the upside. So now we sit here. We talked about this being the next major key level I am interested in. I am not holding a short as of right now, and I'm going to walk you guys through that, exactly why I haven't entered a short yet, and what I'm looking for next for the next overall move over the medium term, 5-hour money flow trying to come into the green, and of course being accepted into this volume profile from a very simple perspective, guys. I'll even just kind of hide this box to make it a little simpler. Right? At this point, we are inside the volume profile as number one key level, POC, 66,900. If we hold on top of the POC, next likely target is going to be about 71 to 71,440. I'll bring up the exact key levels and a new context that I'm looking at that makes this a little bit easier on the eyes. But very simply put, inside the upper profile, we all know, flip the value area low, POC is next. If we could hold on top of the POC, keeps the doorway open to our next target, which is the daily MPOC, sitting at $71,440. If we lose the POC, of course, we still have key support down here at the value area low. We don't always get beautiful. I don't usually expect to break the value area high and just go up in a straight line, break above the value area low and go up in a straight line to the high. You could get a lot of turbulence in here. It could be annoying, confusing, scary. But at the end of the day, as long as we can stay inside this range, doorway to the higher move is open. We've also talked about the volume. Visible range, volume profile. Just looking at this in general. Is that updated? There it is. Price likes to stick to high volume nodes. There's your high volume node. This is what we looked at talking about why $64,000 was the biggest key level of support. If we want to continue up, we got to hold on top of this high volume node. Huge volume fall off. If we could hold on top of here, pretty low resistance path into that value area high, or I'm sorry, value area low. If we lose that $64,000 level, well, we're very likely headed back down to $61,000, right? This is the POC of the range of all of this price action, right? If I just look at the volume profile, highest volume node is the POC. There it is, $64,000. This is exactly how we found that exact key level yesterday, saying, well, hey, if we get a pullback, you want to hold here. That's how we got that long setup from this level. If you're looking to take a long, you're not long from down here at 58K. This is the last place to look, right? And of course, we talk about this all the time. Fast move down could equal a fast move up, right? When Bitcoin sleeps for a long time, typically when it wakes up, it gets explosive, right? And when we have these fast moves down, these low volume gaps, price does not like to stick around these low volume gaps, which also assists that big move to the upside. I believe I still have it on the chart here. This is probably going to get messy. Take this off, 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 take this off. Bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Low volume gap, right? Not a lot of resistance there. And yeah, I mean, there it is, right? Talked about for weeks, and here it is playing out. Now, the question is, how will it look to continue up here? It doesn't necessarily mean we have to continue this, 5-hour candle in a straight line through all this. But, could get very exciting here, right? Just because there's very low resistance. And with being inside the profile, you're already expecting, if you stay inside here, the magnetic target
to be up towards that value area high. Pretty much your low volume gap sits throughout in this entire zone. Of course, we have local resistance that we'll be looking at for day trades, etc. But at the end of the day, your next major high volume node sits up there at the value area high. So I would say the next high volume magnetic zone is going to be looking up towards about 75 to 78K. This is not me saying we have to go there, right? It's an if this, then that statement. And yesterday we talked about the if this, then that is going to be happening. The next if this, then that is going to be happening here at $67,000 to $68,000. If we don't hold this, next stop, value area low, right? In order to keep these targets open, we have to, A, in the most ideal case, stay above the POC, 67K. B, stay inside the value area, right? Which the value area low sits at 65,241. So you bounce around, right? Maybe it's a little turbulent, but once we get above here, right, we can look for the eventual continuation up towards those levels. And I'm going to show you a different profile to kind of get some more local targets. But overall, guys, the bullish case hadn't died. We kept saying it ain't over till the fat lady sings. We actually learned where that saying comes from because I guessed where it came from, and somebody looked it up, and it wound up being right. So there it is, right? Just super validating. And I want anyone who's been watching this, who sees us talk about this idea of the bullish scenario on the higher time frames remaining open, you're below the profile, you could get in here, and then you get maybe scared by a lot of that bearish sentiment. The charts are the truth about 70 to 80% of the time, right? Nothing's 100%. But that's where risk management comes in, right? So just understand that, right? And I show you the Discord to just show you what we look at to try to predict these moves. Sometimes they're long, sometimes they're grueling, right? It's not always, hey guys, I'm long here, target's 68K, right? Inside of looking for that target, right, people get scared. They're like, oh my God, what happened? I thought we were going to 68K. It's never happening. Oh my God, right? We could have come all the way down to 61K and this still would have been valid. So it takes a lot of patience. This was this is probably the most boring week of trading. Very simple, right? We got the trades within the local profile, but as far as like action, like probably one of the most boring 45 days of trading, longest boring range that we've had. Honestly, since I can remember, right? Not only a long range, but a very small range. Still was able to capitalize on it on the trades, but from a big move perspective, right? I've just come up here and repeated this scenario where bullish case, money flow back in the green here, right? We have to keep that bullish scenario open. And it wouldn't be until we lost 61,000 that would be completely invalidated, and that would make the higher probability to come down and break into new lows, right? So I go over all this past price action because my goal here is to teach you how we find these moves on the chart, right? So you can eventually do it yourself, catch the moves, and finally take some trades and make some money. Let's see. If we fill the gap, is the bear market over? Shout out to Og. I'm going to cover the higher time frames and kind of that thought process a little bit later in the stream. I kind of give you my thought process. Honestly, it really hasn't changed. If you've watched any of my streams where I've talked about the higher time frames, my bias still remains the same. But yeah, I'll cover that in a little bit more depth in a second. Let's see. Short it. Shout out to Telepathic. Hey, I would I would argue at least you're shorting into a big move up, not shorting on a massive move down, which is usually my preference. I'm shorting on the green. I'm usually shorting on green candles, not red candles. Can't hate on that too much. Let's see. That's not an explosion. Yeah, listen. After you see your volatility die down to this level, relatively, I would consider this an explosion. Obviously not all-time highs, but yeah. Shout out to Crypto Society says, takes a lot of patience, no lies, told by Frankie Candles. Yes. Super giga patience required here. People say October is the bottom. I'm going to go with the people. Shout out to DJ. I have never heard anybody say that. I'm going to go with the masses. I don't know if that was a joke or not, but yeah, listen, I talk about this all the time, guys. I'm going to cover the local levels first, but real quick, like from a macro perspective, I talked about this yesterday. If you're looking for October to be the bottom, like the reason I don't blame people for that is because, of course, they are basing that off of the 4-year cycle, and I assume that people who are just simply waiting for October, simply waiting for 30K, whatever it is, they are only going off the 4-year cycle, right? They are not taking any of the technicals into account. They're not taking any of the on-chain analysis into account. They're not taking anything but the cycle timing into account, right? And in the past, we have had the cycle timing, the cycle percentage drawdowns average for the bear markets, and the technical confirmations all line up perfectly, right? Back here, it was very simple. It was about a year from the top, massive, all the technical confirmations were saying the bottom was either in or close, and we also had again, the cycle timing and then the 70+% correction to the downside. I think the thing that has a lot of people just stuck on that October number is they see this 50-something% correction and they say to themselves, which again, I can't really blame them, 54%, there's no way. Like, we must go down more than that. We've never gone down that little. But there's a lot of other things that they're not factoring in. And in this case, we do have a lot of technical confirmations. You have the weekly bullish divergence. You have the 2-week bullish divergence. You have the monthly green dot looking to print, right? Of course, this has not happened just yet. We looked at this yesterday. The monthly green dot is looking to print. Historically, the first monthly green dot that you get in a bear market has just historically, doesn't mean it's guaranteed to be the case this time, but it has a 100% hit rate for saying the bottom is in. So you have a lot of technicals lining up here. The thing you do, the big elephant in the room, is that you do not have the 70+% correction. You do not have the October bottom, which is the measurement everybody is looking for. So, which is fine, right? Like, I take that stuff into account as well. But to me, right, I come to a crossroads where it's like, okay, I have a lot of the technical indications, but I don't have the cycle timing. That's why I have been saying, if we come down and make another low, would it super shock me? Not really. But I cannot ignore these confirmations, right? It's just simply the case. I'm a technical trader. I usually put the charts first. And it is a little bit of a difficult situation. This bear market is a little bit more difficult, right? Like, I think a factual statement would be is if the bottom was in right now, you know, this was the easiest bear market ever. Like, if this is the bottom, guys, this was the biggest cakewalk bear market ever. And I've covered this scenario a billion times before we even came down here. Like, if we wind up bottoming out on this support, it would be the easiest bear market. But at the end of the day, when you see those confirmations, you have to at least entertain the possibility. So I'll cover this more in detail in a second, but I do want to cover the next targets and a new kind of context. Not really new because the range has been on the chart for quite some time, but it does give us a nice clear view, right? This is the new volume profile that I will be looking at. I'll give this to you so you can get it on your chart. Value area low, 59,805. POC sitting at 67,303. And then the value area high sitting here at $70,209. I'm going to pull up our daily MPOC up here because we do have confluence with that daily MPOC and value area high. And inside this profile, right, I have looked at this in the past with you guys. Daily bullish divergences, back into the range, next likely stop, right? Of course, you can have turbulence, right? But with our daily money flow coming up, lackluster retracements. Money flow indicates trend. Trend, not the ebbs or flows, or ebbs or flows, or ebbs or flows, or more simply put, ebbs or flows, right? You could have money flow coming up indicating a continuation of an uptrend, right? But when you get those daily red dots, this could potentially give you a pullback. But your money flow is going to tell you that higher lows and higher highs for the trend continuation to the upside is high probability. How deep that retracement goes, right? Well, we have the range lows here, and then if we lost that, we would look down towards that golden pocket at $61,000. Right? And then once we lost the 786, right, of course, we'd be looking for those new lows. But very simply put, divs at the low, back in, we now hit the POC, right? So you're technically hitting your second target within this profile, which makes that key level of support the same level I just looked at with you guys, which is about $67,000. This is the POC of the range I'm looking at here. It is also very close. Where's my macro profile? Very close to the POC of the macro profile. So let me actually draw a box here as key support between both of those. This is your key level of support. I could take this daily MPOC off because it is tapped. Very simply put, low, POC. If we hold on top of the POC, next likely stop, 70,200 up to 71,440, which is the same daily MPOC I showed you within the other profile. And it's just a simple volume profile rotation, right? Very, very simple. Bottom out on the low here on that big capitulation, back up to the high, correction, right? Back up to the high, never went back down to the low. We got the breakout. I'm not going to cover that price action because I've talked about it a million times. But here's your volume profile. This is the next major confluence to the upside. 71,440 to the value area high at 70,209. Very simple, right? Stay above here, right? Could continue up. And again, if we have to bing bong around, right? Doesn't mean that if you lose this, you're going to zero, right? You could potentially play around with the POC. Eventually, get back above it. That target is open. Very simply put. So locally, this is the next major target to the upside. If we get up here, of course, we would be interested in some kind of rejection. But if we can get out of here at some point, I will turn this range off, right? Playing it level to level. That range is no longer valid for resistance because you're sitting above it. And then at that point, I pull up that macro profile. If we can continue up, next major target is that $75,000 to $78,000 zone at the macro value area high, right? And you can see how we play this profile to profile, right? First, we look at our current volume profile down here, fill it, front run on the local profile for the low. Once we break out here, we pull up the next levels, value area high, daily MPOC. Once we get out of there, I take that off and I look back at that macro profile because, again, it's going to be a journey, right? Maybe we bing bong around, could be confusing, right? But eventually, as long as we stay above that POC and value area low, we can look for that value area high. In the meantime, we could keep an eye on those local levels, right? Because that's going to give us opportunities to look for maybe day trades in those key levels of resistance. Right? I don't necessarily just want to hold my long position and not do anything else, right? Because if we come up here, we get confirmations, maybe we can look for a cool-off, right? And if the bias is still higher, where we have money flow coming up, we could say, well, hey, nice little day trade, whatever, maybe like a multi-day swing trade, take some profit here, depending on what the chart looks like, maybe close the trade in full if we're expecting higher, and then we just continue to trail for the long. Does that make sense? So this is the range I'm looking at. You also have your anchored VWAP here, pulled from $83,000, about like 82.7, which is going to be a big level to flip into support as well. And you can see that is also confluent with that $67,000 level, right? If we can flip this anchored VWAP, right, we may be able to flip from a downtrend, hold on top of it for a continuation of a larger term uptrend. Now, once we get up here to the macro value area high, I know the question on everybody's mind is, oh my God, does this mean the bottom's in? And to be, let me pull up. Right, once we get up here, I'll actually hide this. As I talked about yesterday, I think for me personally, in order to confirm the bottom's in, it's going to be a very, confirming the bottom is in is not something that you know at the bottom, right? Like back in 2022, right? We see the bullish divergences. Even then, right, we could say there's a high probability the bottom is in. You have all the cycle timing, cycle percentages, all the technical confirmations. I don't know how much lower you want this thing to go. Bottom is probably in. If it goes down lower, right, it's not impossible, but it looks good. I can't say it's guaranteed in here, but my bias could be that this is a nice low. But really, the confirmation for the bull market, I like to see the break of structure, right? You get up here, break through, flip it into support. Once we come up and start flipping this into support, that is the confirmation, right? You're having a high time frame break of structure or change of character, and then you can look for that major trend to continue to the upside, right? So we're going to have to wait for that confirmation. Same thing at the top, right? I did not know when we hit 126K. It's not like a light went off in my head and was like, oh, that's it, the top is in. We wait for price to come down, then we get the retracement, we see the money flow coming out on the higher time frames, cycle timing is perfect, right? We have the weekly bearish divergence confirmed, massive top signal for previous bull markets, and then we say here on that retracement, guys, unfortunately I have to be the guy, it doesn't look good, looking like 126K could be the top, we drop down, everybody's hopeful, higher low, higher low, higher low, we did not believe that, we shorted this sucker at 98,000 for the massive capitulation down. But the key there is that I did not know when we hit 126K, the top was in. I needed to let it was really on this retracement, front running this bigger break of structure, right? Or change of character, right? So it's the same thing here, right? I would say, I think once you get into these highs, we'll see what happens, right? Because right now you still have your full golden pocket 786 sitting between, 73 and $78,000. This is perfectly confluent with our macro value area, right? Or at least the 786 is, right? So at the end of the day, right, we are technically in a major downtrend, right? So if we get a big push up here, this is the last place to be looking for a lower high and a lower low. Once we break above that 786, I'm looking to take out this high. And I think once we start breaking the structure here, it would be a good confirmation that there's a very high probability that the bottom is in. And again, I'll cover the higher time frames in a minute. But, it's going to take a little bit of time. And let's pull up that bull market support band, which we also looked at yesterday because we talked about if you come into the 67 to 68K zone, you would be very close to that bull market support band, which, of course, is very key resistance in a bear market, right? Which is why I say this is the next place I was interested in for a short. Now, again, I am not holding a short position just yet. And the reason for that is because I just have no entry triggers, right? This is just a basic straight candle to the upside. I have no real confirmation. I have no bearish divergences or anything like that. Maybe you got some you got like no bearish divergences, no entry confirmations. You're also above the POC. So I'm not going to talk about the exact confirmations or the exact setup that I'm looking at here, but there is a case where I will take a short here if I get confirmations with the premium Discord. But right now, very simply put, right, this is why I do not set limit orders. Imagine I had a limit order set right here on the POC to just enter short, right? And then there's just no confirmation. If I'm looking at this price action live, we rip right through the level. I'm not just shorting it because we hit the level. I need to see some kind of entry trigger. So maybe in a short tomorrow, depending on what happens when I get off the stream, if we get confirmations or something like that in the Discord. But as of right now, I don't really see anything here that is showing me any kind of weakness. So we'll see. Let me jump into the chat. Shout out to Shirley Sound said only thing that will cause a lower low is TGE financial collapse after the Fed raises rates in September. Shout out to Shirley Sound. Shout out to Betamax says, I always said that BTC didn't hit the higher expected price of 150K last bull run, hence we won't see 40K either. Shout out to Betamax. I actually talked about that idea, not that exact idea, but similar theory last night on the live stream. I talked about, when we were looking at the higher time frames, talking about how because we did not top on massive retail euphoria like we did back here. I talked about the social sentiment, search term analytics. This is a measure of, say, 100, right? Back here, the chart for like search term analytics was like totally maxed out, right? Then you go into the bear market, people lose interest, it goes down into the gutter, right? And then no one cares, and then eventually comes back up. Throughout this entire bull market, guys, social sentiment got nowhere near where it was in 2021. So what does that tell us, right? There was not as much retail interest, right? There was no real alt season, which could potentially cause a less severe bear market, right? There's not as many people left to panic sell. And, back down here, interest was lower than it was in the 2022 bear market, which just shows you there were less people up here, even less people left in the bear market. So talking about, this is a lot of things. These are some of the things that a lot of people don't think about when they're just waiting. I'm not buying till I hit 30K, which is fine. And honestly, for those people's sake, I hope it goes to 30K. I want everyone to make money. But, you can say, hey, the cycle timing is a little bit weird. This doesn't make any sense. But, meaning I think we're going to go much lower. But you also cannot ignore the bullish confirmations from a technical perspective, right? Even the on-chain stuff. So it's the same thing at the top, right? And I never, if the expected target is 150K, right? That is usually the level I'm not expecting to hit, right? That's why it made a lot of sense when we saw these weekly bearish divergences. I don't know what they're calling for up here. They're going to lower rates. They're going to print money. Oh my God, we're going 150K. I don't care what the rumor is. I just don't care, right? Weekly bearish divergence. This is telling me the chart's going to go down. It would make a lot of sense not to hit 150K because that's what everyone's looking at, and you come back down. Right. So kind of a similar theory where there's just not as much retail panic selling, causing just less explosive move to the downside, which could be something that makes sense here. Right. So, yeah, that's definitely a plausible thought. Shout out to TDK, said, Frankie, can you drop an updated chart in the kitchen, please? Shout out to TDK. Already did. Shout out to TDK. Livia loves Frankie. Shout out to Jungle Boy. Hey, good to see you, bro. Long time no see. Welcome in. Only thing that I already read that. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything here. Shout out to Fantasy Killers that just arrived to NYC for a meeting. Great to see Bitcoin skyrocketing. Let's go. Please increase your volume, Frankie. I cannot hear you at max. Let me know, is my audio okay? Hit me with a green check mark if it's good. And I don't know, something else if it's bad. Red X if you can't hear me. Yeah, loads of things to factor in that are different from different cycles. Yeah. I think it's a trap to make people more bullish. Could be. Again, I do still think that the most painful thing here, I mean, obviously this is probably painful for a lot of people. I think if you really get this thing right, I mean, the most painful, to be honest, I think it'd be an argument between getting a bigger rally and then sending it back down to new lows. I personally think the most painful situation here, you have to think of it like this, guys. Most people are expecting a much bigger drop. Let's just call it what it is, right? Most people are super bearish. Everybody wants 30K. Everybody wants 40K. Again, I'm not saying it's impossible, but the most painful thing here, in my opinion, would be if the bottom is in, right? Because then you're going to have all these people, right? Oh, it's going to go back down. It's going to go back down. Oh, see, told you. Bulls are idiots. Oh, no, it's going to go back down. Lower high, lower high. No, we're still lower high, lower high. Told you, idiots. Right? And then you have to think of a majority of people, right? And I could just tell this through sentiment on this YouTube channel, right? People are very scared to start dollar cost averaging, right? And I've been talking about that ever since the first drop. But people are very scared. Everyone's calling for lower, right? I would say it's about like 9 out of 10 out of most people are calling for lower, right? So that makes me, I mean, I don't even know if that's really my opinion, right? Like that would just say that the biggest painful thing here, the most pain, would be to leave everybody behind. Now, I'm not saying I just think the bottom is in and we're going to instantly go off for a bull market like this. But I do think, right, the more we pump, I think that would really be the most painful case, right? Because most people, if people are not buying down here and you continue up, they're thinking lower, 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 right? Put yourself in that person's shoes. I did not buy, right? Now we're up here. What do I want, right? I'm the masses. What do I want? I want lower prices. What would be the most painful case? Continue up. Right? Doesn't mean you're not going to get big dumps, right? But, get them really hopeful, right? That might be the most painful case, right? Get some kind of like big liquidation to come in here or something. I knew it, bear market's not over, right? And then you still don't take down the lows and it just continues up. I think that would be the most painful case for a majority of people. Again, does that mean that has to happen? Not necessarily, but I do think that would be the most painful case because what would this be doing if we come up and then get a big dump to the downside? That is not painful. Right? Because people are hoping for that. Unless you like ride it up real high, people just accept they have to buy higher and then they nuke it. I don't know. But yeah, I do think the most painful path here is going to be to the upside for most people. The effery roller coaster. Shout out to Genius. Yeah. What if the bottom was naturally in the 50s? Then things like rates, recession, MicroStrategy delisted, midterm election could make it see the 30s. Shout out to Mark. That could happen. That is just something I would never make a decision off of, right? Again, because this is what usually happens, like, again, for the highs, right? What do I see? Massive technical confirmations. What do people talk about here? What if they print money? What if they lower rates? What if Trump makes another announcement? What if this happens, right? Well, those are huge what ifs. They are gambles. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't try to predict it. What can I say I actually see here is there is, not what if there's a bearish divergence here, there is a weekly bearish divergence, right? Just like up here. Not what if there's a bearish divergence. There is a bearish divergence on the weekly. Top is in, money flow comes out. lower high, down to the bear market, weekly bearish divergence, down, money flow comes out, capitulate into the bear market, right? And of course, like I said, this, if the bottom was in right now and we just, don't make a new low, yes, that would be weird. It would be very weird. It would be the easiest bear market ever, the smallest bear market ever, the least painful bear market ever. But again, even a less painful bear market can be more painful for most people if most people are not buying at the lows, right? So, food for thought. Let's see, bearish divergences until there's not. Shout out to JOO. Yeah, I mean, of course, right? I mean, a weekly bear div almost always is going to give you some kind of move to the downside, right? But not all weekly bear divs are going to be created equal. You could have a weekly, like here, you had a weekly bearish divergence, right? But did I think this was the top of the market? Shout out to anybody who's been watching me ever since back here. No, right? Of course, we're going to be shorting here, looking for a move to the downside. However, again, this is what makes this weird, right? We had plenty of time left in the cycle to make a new all-time high. We had a lot of other time frames calling for higher prices, and this is not really a very large bearish divergence, right? This is not as big as a macro with these bigger drives, right? This is a much bigger bearish divergence. Like even here, even here. Little bearish divergence, dump, new high, complete a larger bearish divergence, and what happens on the top of that second bearish divergence, right? The thing that I look at to anticipate what these bear divs will likely do is money flow, right? On this bearish divergence, you had your 2-day money flow crossing into the red, 3-day money flow coming out. Again, cycle timing and everything lining up perfectly. And then, of course, once you see this money flow starting to leak out, very likely that this is the end of the uptrend, right? Because here, money flow is crossing into the red. Am I expecting a new high? No. Money flow is coming out. Money flow indicates the overall trend. If I wanted to see a higher low for a higher high here, I would want money flow crossing into the green. It's crossing into the red, making my bias a lower high for a capitulation into the bear market on that weekly money flow crossover into the red right there, just like it did right here. Literally the exact same thing. Bearish divergences, big drop, bear flag out, money flow is coming out, indicating, everybody called for the same thing back here. Higher low, new high. No, not necessarily. Money flow is coming out. I do not think this is going to be a higher low for a higher high, rather a lower high for a massive capitulation into the bear market. Weekly money flow crosses red has every single time called for the bear market coming in, right? So that's what separates certain bearish divergences. I would never tell anybody to just trade divergences anytime they see them, right? I mean, more often than not, they will give you a move, right? But they're not all created equal. So there you go. Hopefully it helps you out. What is the indicator called? This is Market Cipher. Downside looks bad. This will end ugly. Could be. Could be, right? Again, very deterministic. I am not a, people say that here, people say that here, people say that here, people say that here. And they could have been right here, or here, right? So, of course, if we end up losing that value area low, to be clear, let me just preface this, right? This is not me saying that this means the bottom is in, right? Like, that is not necessarily the case. Like I mentioned before, right? Let's see, once we can get to around $78,000, right, this would be a big decision moment, right? This is, if you're looking for a lower high and a lower low, this would be the highest retracement that you would want. Once you break that 786, lower high is invalidated, and I'm looking to crack the highs. Exactly, right? And this is nothing new. This isn't like a hot take or anything like that. It is exactly what I look at on every other time frame, right? Where's your key level to the upside here? Golden pocket, 786, right? If you're looking for a high, a low, a lower high, and a lower low, this is the invalidation. Once you break up, we literally talked about this yesterday. Once you break above that 786, anticipating to take out the 68 and $67,000 highs. Break above it, pop, right? It's the same exact thing up there. So again, it's going to be, a pretty decent amount of time before we can say it's, confirmed. But yeah, I don't know. We're right on track here. In the bearish case, right, like the bullish case, at least locally here, would be to get that move up to 78,000, and then we can start talking about the potential of what it can look like moving forward if we're going to continue up, right? But in a bearish case, right, well, you do have to understand that even if we get up to 78K, you are in a downtrend, right? High, low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Well, if we get up there, right, doesn't mean you can't reject early, of course, but this would be the highs you would want to go for the lower high and the lower low. Break it, looking to take out the highs. Very simply put. And just like I said here, not all higher lows are created equal. When I see a higher low like this, I am not just thinking, oh, higher low, we have to go up. No, money flow is coming out. I expect a short at 98K, or not expect a short, take a short at 98K, ride it all the way down. Take partial profits, hold it, take another short up here. So, bearish case would be exactly that, right? If the bullish case continues to play out, we get the rejection there, right? Maybe we do something like that, right? We have those lower levels in the low 50s. And then maybe the 40s, maybe the 30s. It would be a complete gamble for me to say, oh, we're going to reject here and then go to 30K, right? We have so much support, a lot of stuff to look at. Only time will tell. I have to look at the price action as it's developing at those key levels. It's one of those days, guys, where it's just like, we've covered this all in the past. I would love to be like, oh my God, all these new setups, all these new key levels to look at, but we're kind of just right on track here, just seeing what we've been talking about play out. I would say the biggest thing right now locally is to stay on top of this POC, and I think the easier way to look at it is from the lens of this local range that I gave you before, right? Just continuing through the profile. We stay on top of the POC, value area high is next, got the daily MPOC just above that. Bada boom. So we'll see. And then, of course, right, if we are not going to get the move to $78,000, again, I know we do it a lot, but of course, I'm not always going to be able to call the exact moves to a dollar, right? But the general hope here, while we wait for this to kind of figure itself out, is the biggest level to hold on top of at this point is to stay accepted into this profile. $65,247 is the key level you want to hold on top of, right? As long as we can stay above there, right? Doorway is still open to the POC, flip the POC, go to the high. Again, talked about as a just like on a 15-minute time frame, right? Price action's fractal. The way I trade this, the reason I hold my long from $58,000 in anticipation of something like this, right? And when I talk about this and bring this trade up in the past, I talk about next target, $68,000, right? At this point, the next target would be about $71,440. Above that, $76,000 to $78,000. But it's very simple. When you trade the volume profiles, deviation above the high, expensive. This is where I look for shorts. When we're down here, deviating below the lows with bullish divergences, this is the worst time to short. The absolute worst time to short. But this is where most people are going, oh my God, bear market, we're going down to zero. So you kind of get hammered when you talk about moves to the upside. Right? When we talk about this as even a possibility, you kind of get beat down because people have a very strong emotional sentiment for lower. But I am just simply reading the information on the charts, and that's what I make my decisions off of. That's why I'm able to make money doing this. So there's your bullish confirmation. Your idea is resistance until proven otherwise. Once you could break in, get accepted, and now we can start to look up towards this upper range. Exactly what we look for, and I'm going to show you how price action is fractal here. That is the exact setup. Deviate below the low, confirmation. Your hope with money flow coming up is to get back into the range and continue up. The same thing was true. Where is it at? On our current volume profile. What do we look at here? Deviation, right? And it's a different time frame, so the confirmation is not, well, we did technically have the daily bull div, right? But let me just show you this. Same thing, right? I'll come into bar replay mode to make it nice and simple for you. What is going on here? You have a potential daily bullish divergence looking to print. Lower lows, higher lows, right? And again, pulling up the macro profile, potential daily bull div. This is what I like to see below value areas, right? Or, one of the confirmations that we could look for. Daily bull div. That technically opens the door for a bounce. If we get accepted in here, very likely to see that fill, right? Locally, on the current range, I'll just hide the profile for now. What do we have here? And I could bring this up in the Discord too to kind of show you guys how we actually look for this stuff. Where's it at? Right here, right? 1 hour or 3 hour time frame, looking for a new low to come in into the monthly MPOC, which was barely front ran. If we put in this new low, this is a masterclass, guys. Bullish divergences and potentially an SFP for a long position back up to the value area low of the upper range. That's the original thought process for the trade. What happens? Let me just move forward here, and let me make sure I'm on the right spot here. I'm not looking at the wrong thing. A monthly MPOC. I'm not going to be able to get the number from there. Just see this real quick. Okay. Yeah, right here. I wish I still had these old levels, right? But there's the front run of the MPOC. Low, lower low. I believe the 1 hour bull div right here was the actual confirmation. Right? And again, I'm looking at the local profile. Bullish divergences. There's the entry. At this point, the thought process for the local move is to come up, get accepted into the range, and eventually get up to the value area high, which is also the value area low. Does that make sense? Bull divs, SFP, up to the lows. Now, on the way up, I'll explain here on the live stream as well, right? After we enter in the Discord and we start talking about, hey, we're in a long, it's pumping, nice. What am I looking for next, right? Well, if we can get this move up and I see, right, because not only do I see the local confirmations for the local range to bring us up here, but when I zoom out on the higher time frame, this is also at the same time. On this local price action is where we found the confirmation for the long. But over the higher time frames, this is also printing a daily bull div. So if these local confirmations can push us up here and this daily bull div prints and this money flow starts working its way to the upside, we can look for higher lows, higher highs. Once we get accepted into this range, we can push up into this profile. And of course, I could try to play this back. It might just take a really long time. But of course, that is basically exactly what we saw, right? I'll just come to current price action, right? Back up to the low, we push into the POC. We also caught that short up there. But eventually, money flow continues into the green, making you anticipate. If we were looking for a rejection here, but this rejection is looked at as a lackluster retracement for a potential higher low and a higher high. Why? Money flows in the green on the daily. So that's kind of how I think about those positions, right? If we had massive bearish confirmations here, money flow is not in the green, it didn't look like we were going to have that continuation up, then I would have closed that trade in full. And that's why I always explain when I come up here, for anyone who may be watching for the first time, I explain to them why I'm still holding a portion of this long position. And there it is. Shout out to anybody who's been watching the live streams. Let's see. Can we look at the heat map? Yes, we did just look at the heat map. I could pull it up again for you. But there you go. Right? We have the liquidity above, right? And even back here, and it's kind of annoying because when we talked about this stuff, it was over the last 45 days. So like we talked about this stuff like a long time ago and many times throughout this range. But when we get up here, it's very likely to be explosive. Why? Because, number one, you have a lot of liquidity, right? Number two, you have the low volume gap. Come on, volume. Fast move down, fast move up, right? And the liquidity as well, right? When I mention liquidity, I am talking about stop losses. If people are holding shorts, where are their stop losses going to go? above the highs, right? It's not just one position. There's millions and millions of people, right? So once the price pushes into those stop losses or liquidity, right? Or I should say, you know, the end of their stop losses are up here. When you get stopped out of a short, it creates a market buy. That's what a short squeeze is, right? A short squeeze isn't just a pump, right? The reason is when you get stopped out of a short position, it creates market buys. So that's why you get those big explosive moves through that liquidity. Does that make sense? So when we talked about this being a key level, and I mentioned I would not be setting limit orders, the reason for that is because if we push in here, we could very likely see one of these big wicks. All right, now if I pull up something like exo charts, or something like that, and I just turn on the rect bubbles, you can see these green bubbles are all liquidations. So it is exactly what we look for, right? Which is not, I mean, it's not like some kind of crazy prediction, right? If you run into liquidity, you're going to see those liquidations come in. It's not like magic. So that's why I did not want to set a limit order here, right? Because if we're going to get that big push up and I enter a limit order here and we get a big push up, right? Well, number one, this could end in two different ways. The two scenarios we talk about is either when I use liquidity, a lot of people use liquidity as, a lot of people brought up this liquidity down below and liquidity down here, and they're talking, well, we have to get the lower liquidity before we go up. I don't look at it like that, right? The way I use liquidity is I use them as areas of interest, right? If I come into this liquidity and I get a liquidity sweep or an SFP, well, then I can say to myself, price has pushed up, liquidated shorts, come back down, close down below, and then we can look for that big rejection based on the SFP theory, right? So, and the only way I will take that trade is if I get the SFP. Did we get the SFP when we took out this high? No, we just ripped right through it. So there's no short, right? So that's why I don't set limit orders, because there's two ways liquidity can behave. Either, and I'll just draw this out, let's say price is in a range, right? And let's just say you have a ton of liquidity up here. There's two things that can happen, right? Let's say there's a wick there. There's your horizontal line on the wick. I know that there's liquidity above this level, right? And let me actually do this nice and clean for you. Give a little free education here. What am I doing? There's your range. You have liquidity sitting above this wick, right? And we'll just say these didn't get taken, right? You see on the heat map, you have a lot of liquidity here. I am not saying that I have to go here first before there, right? I am just saying if I get up here, this is an area. Whoops. If price comes up here and we push through the liquidity, right? This is two ways this plays out. Either you just get a crazy short squeeze and you continue up, right? Or you get up there, you sweep the liquidity and leave a wick to close the candle back down below. That would be your SFP. Price wicks up, liquidations come in, those market buys come in, you get the short squeeze, but price comes back down, closes below the SFP level. There's your confirmation for the SFP, and then you would look for the rejection, right? But if price comes up here, I know there's a chance that you can just get a squeeze, right? If price comes up here and just squeezes right through the level and starts closing candles up here and I do not get the SFP, well, guess what? You might just continue pushing, right? And that's why I do not set limit orders. I trade based off the confirmation. So, and why might this happen? Well, it could be absorption, right? There could be a large limit order up here. The liquidations push into that big limit order, can't break it. You get pushed back down. And also another thing that happens up here is people see a big pump like that and they start FOMO longing it. And then you get the opposite effect, right? People are shorting resistance here, putting their liquidity above. When you get this big push up, you have a lot of retail people who don't understand liquidity, and they start to enter FOMO longs. If you are longing up here, what happens to your quote-unquote liquidity, right? Your stop losses are going to be all down here. You're going to have people setting stop losses below there, maybe some crazy degenerates with no stop loss or big stop losses, whatever. And what does that do? That puts all that liquidity all these people longing, their liquidity goes down below. Meaning, when that price comes back down and starts pushing, you get the opposite of a short squeeze. You get the long squeeze, right? Which is why you see those SFPs oftentimes give you massive, massive fast drops down. So there you go. Little free liquidity course for you guys. Shout out to Malin Baker says, I'm going to watch the explanation of yours on that indicator. Yeah, shout out to you, brother. In the beginner series, you're probably talking about Market Cipher. I have videos explaining not only how to use Market Cipher, but I also have videos on a very specific strategy that I like to use, how I personally use it. Definitely go check it out. It's all free. Let's see. I made more money in the bear market than ever. Tell me about it. Shout out to the riser. People think you can only make money when price goes up. Not the case. Not the case. It's pretty wild, right? Like that's why I always tell people, like, this is why being a trader is awesome. Because number one, right, like, at least when I got into crypto back in the end of 2016, right, you start to think that it's like you can only make money when it goes up, right? This isn't 2016, but just bear with me. People get excited, right? Price goes up. And then, like, once the top comes in, they're like, oh my God, all the opportunity is over. Wrong, for two reasons. Number one, the actual opportunity in a bull market happens in the bear market, right? The opportunity is not up here, right? People see these prices and they think, oh my God, crypto's awesome. This is the best opportunity ever. Wrong. This is the worst opportunity ever. The best opportunity ever is when everything is dead, everyone thinks it's going to zero. That is the time to pay attention, right? So I said two reasons. Number one is this reason, right? The opportunity for your long-term bags happens in a bear market. You do not want to wait for price to break all-time highs and then start being interested, right? You're essentially buying the top range. You want to be interested when the fear is maxed out. Number two, this is just another bull market because you can short this. You can make money trading Bitcoin whether it goes up or down. You bet on it going up or you bet on it going down, and then you can hold spot bags, right? So in a bull market, it's nice because you can do the same thing. You can long short, 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 right? But also your spot bags are printing you money as well. So I guess you could say you can make more money in a bull market because your investments are making money and you're making money trading. But in a bear market, right, this is just essentially another bull market. Flip it upside down. Just short it on the pumps. Right? So there you go. I even flipped the chart, inverted the chart to just kind of show everybody on the weekly time frame, right? When we talk about the weekly bullish divergence, when we talk about the daily bullish divergence, a lot of people, again, when you're dumping like this, people don't like that, right? They don't feel good. They don't think that it's going to go up. Right, and again, the chart's upside down here, but this is why I invert the chart. I say, it's binary for me, and I'm not in control. I can only bring up what is on the charts. You'll never see, maybe you'll see me come up and talk about a confirmation and say I don't like the confirmation because it's weak, but I can't come up here and say let me just flip this around for a second, right? I can't come up here and say that there's a weekly bull div if there's no weekly bull div, right? The only reason I bring this up is because it's on the charts. I know how they typically play out statistically, so that's why I talk about it, and it gives me the bias that it does. But, when people are max fear and they're going, I don't care about a weekly bull div, it's going, we're just going to nuke from here. Well, that's when I flip the chart upside down. If this was, I'll even change the candle colors. I'm not going to change the candle colors. Take too long. If I'm looking at this and we're going up, and I see higher highs on my price action, lower highs on my momentum waves, what do I see? I see a bearish divergence. I think price will go down from here. It's just binary. I would have to say that, right? And I think it's easier. I think it's like in a bear market, everyone just wants price to go down, right? So that's why I invert the scale. And then when you flip it back the right way, it's like, okay, well, hey, this is why we're looking for the move to the upside. So there you go, right? It's all just based on the information on the charts. So, yeah, just invert the chart once the top is in. Just and again, psychologically, I always say this, it's not something I make decisions off of, but you just have to think about it, man. Like, what happens here, right? And it's crazy because it's like deja vu, because we explained this back here too. I got roasted in this price action. It was kind of traumatic for me because I just started my YouTube channel. And the one thing that I was not a fan of starting my YouTube channel was like, trading, I was fine. TA, I felt fine on. It was just like, when I started my channel, I instantly got beaten down, right? Like people, when retail was still here, I see this high or low, and I say, guys, it looks like we're about to dump, right? I'm going to be looking for a lower high and a capitulation, very likely, unfortunately, into the bear market. I got cooked in the comments, in the chat. People hated me. I got some DMs of people being like, you got to look at this, man. I read this news article that this thing is going to happen, and we're entering a super cycle. I'm like, oh, you saw that? Nice. Well, I hope that plays out for you, genuinely. I hope it goes into a super cycle for you. I'm not listening to that. I'm going to listen to the charts. And people say, high or low? This guy's an idiot. He doesn't understand market structure. And it's like, yes, I have no idea what market structure is. The thing here is that not all higher lows are created equal, right? Based off of everything I explained in the past. Coming off the back of massive weekly bearish divergences with high time frame money flow coming out. Like even the 3-day money flow. Like what is this telling me? This is telling me lackluster bounce for lower highs and lower lows. If I want a higher low and a higher high, I need to see a massive red wave about to cross into the green. This is clearly not the case, right? And then when we start to see the weekly money flow come out, this is typically the confirmation. This is a 100% hit rate. Once that money flow crosses red, there's no turning back. You're entering the bear market, which is the exact setup and sentiment I had here. People, buy the dip, high or low. I think 30K is the floor. We're going up to 150K or 100K. Not what the charts are calling for. All emotions, right? And people think just every high or low. Yeah, I wish it was that easy, right? And yes, trend means something, right? Of course, market structure is important, right? But if it was as easy as just, as long as you put in a higher low and bounce a little bit, you're definitely going to go up. Trading would not be difficult at all. Same thing happened right here, right? Oh my God, buy the dip, high or low. You're an idiot. There's no way. And like, I'm kind of exaggerating. I don't really get that many people saying that, but the people who do say it are so convicted, right? So convicted. I think 90% of the Candle Mafia knows what's up here with the charts. But those, 3 out of 500 to 1,000 people are like very convicted. They're like, you have no idea what's going on. Super convicted, right? I'm agnostic. I would always entertain the idea of potentially being able to come up here, but I would put a very low percentage chance on it. So they're saying high or low, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. This is the dip that I would never buy. As a matter of fact, I sold my Bitcoin before that dip happened. So everyone wants to buy the dip here, high or low, high or high, and my bias is the opposite. And I don't say this to say I'm always right? It's not me. It's the chart, right? It's not, I knew. It's just that's what was on the chart. So down here, I would say probably the majority of people are not excited to buy. Most people are scared. Most people are looking for 40K, 30K, which again, could happen. I'm agnostic. I don't think, this is not me saying the bottom is guaranteed in. I am open for moves lower. You guys know my whole plan here, right? I'm not going to go over it again. I'm happy to buy lower if we dump again. But people don't want to buy this dip, right? We talked about this on the way up. Right? When you get down here, I made a video, or maybe it was on a live stream. I said, I just want to come up here and psychologically prepare you guys. You don't want to buy the dips that everybody wants to buy, right? And that is proven true here. I talked about that here. Higher low. I explained why I didn't think this was going to be a higher low, right? But now down here, people are scared. So does that mean that bottom's guaranteed in? You should buy this dip? Not necessarily, but it is very interesting, right? It is very interesting. You want to buy the dips that everybody, when no one wants to touch Bitcoin, right? Like even here. FTX collapsed. Oh my God, it's going to zero. Regulation. No more bull markets. That's the dip you want to buy, not the one where everyone's calling for 100K still. So that is what it is. So yeah, and now, at this point, technically, now that we are back inside this volume profile, again, I'm not saying we talked about this being a resistance. I may be in a short tomorrow, guys, depending on the confirmation, if we get a confirmation or not. But as long as we stay inside this range, we can cool off on talking about new lows, right? If we break back down below, then we can start talking about it again. But right now, right, and volume profiles are goated. So I just leave this here. You can copy the levels, put them on your chart. Let's see. Shout out to Malik, said, "Hey Frankie, can you do give a recap on what the important levels to watch and everything like you always do?" Yeah, shout out to Malik. I'm gonna take a look at Ethereum here real quick, and then I'll leave you guys with the key levels to keep an eye on locally. Shout out to Darkside, said, "I saw the inverted pump, but never a real pump." Shout out to Darkside. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Shout out to Ollier. You don't have to set another super chat, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Just send a free chat. Jesse, if you see his chat, can you just copy and paste it so I see your blue name so I can read it? Shout out to Connor, said, "Dogecoin, you're the GOAT, Frankie." Shout out to Connor. Yeah, we could try to take a look at Dogecoin as well. I'm not going to cover like all the altcoins, but let's take a look at Ethereum here, guys. Covered this in the past, and again, it's kind of annoying that this took so long to play out. But let me just pull some of this stuff up. Let me just get my bearings here. Those two daily MPOCs were the next major. Let me just put a box here. Actually, it might already be on the chart. Nope. So, real quick, I'll just go over the price action first, and then I'll kind of cover how we saw this, right? Because you guys remember, we pulled the Bitcoin and the Ethereum chart together, side by side, and we talked about how structurally it's very similar. The biggest key level of support on Ethereum was this golden pocket 786, given on the live stream. Pulled from the low to the high. This value area low is absolutely key to hold on top of, because once we broke into this profile, our next major target was the POC and these two daily MPOCs, right? Really about $2,000 at the point of control, right? I think I even said in that video or that live stream, are we going to see a 2,000 ETH very soon? Very soon might have been wrong because we got the bounce and obviously the death range here. But as we looked at it here, if we pull back, this is your key level. If we lose this, I'm looking for the bigger drop. If we hold it, target at the POC remains open at $2,000. Here we are, finally, after, dang near a month, seeing that target tapped. So I could take this daily MPOC off the chart because it's tapped. And I'm going to move this next resistance up to the next daily MPOC in the value area high. And when we look at this from a volume profile perspective, it's very simple. Flip the low. POC is next. If we could stay on top of the POC, value area high would be next, sitting between 2187 and 2240. Very simple. I would not be looking for ETH to get the massive dump. I mean, lose the POC, you still have the value area low. This would be a pretty big dump. But value area, you're inside the range, right? And above the POC. So I have to look up towards that value area high. It wouldn't be until we lost this POC decisively that I would say, well, hey, now again, your key target is going to be the value area low, or your key level of support is going to be the value area low. And, at the end of the day, even if you hold on top of here, technically the POC and the value area high are still open. It's not until you lose this level that I'd be looking for the bigger drop down here into this range. And if we take a look at this from a little bit of a different perspective, this level, right, not only was the value area low, but it was also the very close to the POC of our larger macro range. Let me just pull those daily MPOCs up again, right? This was the context we were originally looking at. Push into the value area low, POC is next. Stay on top of the low, POC door is open. Flip the POC, next local target, these daily MPOCs between 2,000, call it 2,075, and 2184. Here we are, right? Just took a really long time, unfortunately. So yeah, I would say high time frame, definitely resistance, and we actually could, yeah, and then you have this previous value area. And again, right, longer term, right, if I were to turn off all these MPOCs, right, I'm not going to get carried away here. But, and we talked about this. Massive value area pulled from 2021 to current price action. Expensive, expensive, expensive. Cheap, 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 cheap. Flip the POC technically, right? And I am not necessarily calling for this to be the case necessarily, but based on the volume profile, we have a lot of resistance here from a horizontal perspective. But we stay above this POC, you may be able, it might take a long time, might be super confusing, right? But as long as you remain inside this volume profile, the roadmap into the value area high is open. And because I am not just instantly looking for this value area to fill in full, I just pull up the local levels to pay attention to, which of course is going to be this previous value area, which I already had marked out, right? So that puts our next key target at the value area high. This could be an area to look for potential rejections. And then on those rejections, we can identify money flow and say to ourselves, well, hey, does this look more likely to give us higher lows and higher highs to continue through the larger profile? Or are we going to continue to range throughout here for an eventual breakout or a breakdown, right? Depending on what price action looks like. So macro, mark this range off on your chart, guys. Your, I would say, like high time frame, weekly perspective here, and just value areas at it again. ETH's going to zero. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, you're at the value area low. Like, could you keep going lower? Yes. But, I mean, going back down below the 2022 bear market lows is not something that I would necessarily be expecting on Ethereum. So, yeah, long-term, high time frame range, value area low, 1505, POC, 1818, value area high sitting at 33, call it 3330. That is your macro profile. Locally, right? Just a game of volume profiles. You had a local volume profile here. If we break out and continue up, where are you going to get gravitated to? You're going to get gravitated to the upper profile. Get accepted into the upper profile. POC is the next target, like clockwork. So local range, 1842 at the bottom, at the value area low. POC, 2059. Value area high, 2240. So locally, your POC is your key level of support. We could stay on top of this. Next target, up here. If we lose it, I don't know where your next daily MPOC is going to be, only because it has not confirmed. Do we have another one down here? Maybe no. So we'll have to wait. But yeah, POC is the biggest level. Lose that, technically, value area low is open. So POC, key support, value area low, key support. Within here, it's nothing really to do here. Could pull, whoops. Of course, you can keep an eye on your fibs. Pull it from like the impulse. I mean, we'll look at this when it comes into play. I would say just very simply put, POC and value area low. Right now, the POC, and then if we lose that, I'll try to find some local levels because you will have this new local profile to look at, right? Maybe hold on top of the structural highs, stay on top of the value area low, but we'll get deeper into that when it becomes relevant. Right now, I would just pay attention to the volume profile. So there you go. Yeah, shout out to Darkside. Said I think it's important when you get pumps like today. It's important to stay out of the lower time frames. I mean, to be honest, when I look at this on Bitcoin, I only trade when there's a setup, right? Now, I personally did not take this long, but we had I'll just pull this up in the Discord just to show, right? Here it is, right? POC. Now, the blue zone is the zone that you're looking at. We actually just tapped into the POC, but, the deepest I would like to see this go is the 786. Zone starts at the POC, ends at the 786. If you long here, 786 is the invalidation. Give yourself a little bit of room. If you lose that 786, you're expecting the drop down to, potentially $61,000. If you hold it, that could be the key level to hold. As we covered yesterday, $64,000, high volume node, both POCs of both macro ranges. That is the level at that point that you want to stay on top of to continue up. So am I saying, right, like even locally here, like big move up long? No, you need some kind of retracement to push into a setup. So I agree with that, dark side. Like right now, like there's not a lot that I can do with this. I would need some kind of consolidation, maybe some kind of range forming. Then I can get a bearing on the low time frames and try to find some setups. But right now, it's really the setups. I mean, for the Discord, the one here, and the 58K long that we took down here. It's like we take these, we're positioned for that move way before it happens, right? Even on this one and this one. You're positioned for the move before it happens. There's no real world where when we're pushing up like this, I'm just longing at the top. Even if I think there's a continuation. If I thought there was a super high probability that we are just going to continue to rip to the upside here, I am not longing that. Right? I would need some kind of a setup. I'm not worried about missing a move. I'm worried about price moving to a key level with confirmations so I can take a trade, or moving to a key level with confirmations so I can take a trade. So yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to do here. It's just one big straight line. So there's not a lot of new levels or anything like that. But the roadmap remains exactly the same. Link is drunk. Yeah, Link is Link is drunk. She's pushing. Market makers making the flock bullish in a bear market never fails. Shout out to Nitro. Could be the case. Shout out to Jesse. Thank you for this, bro. He said this was Olier, I think was his name. I don't know if I'm saying that wrong. Hey, man, thank you for your content. It's honestly helped me become profitable after years of trying. Could you speak on finding levels after big impulses like this? Shout out to Olier. Yes, it's actually kind of funny because I kind of talked about it, right? The key levels essentially are the same. I think the only new level we have right now is, did I delete it? I might have deleted it by accident. Let me just pull it up real quick. Let me just grab this. Yes, 63. $63,566. So we have another daily MPOC down here. But again, locally, I wouldn't say there's really any new levels. So we do technically have a new MPOC here, which is not far from the 64K level, right? I don't know if I had that marked out at that time yesterday because the candle wasn't confirmed. But yeah, other than that, right, like my key levels, my major key levels are the daily, the weekly, the monthly, right? So when I have a big daily candle like this, I don't have a daily level confirmed. I don't have a daily MPOC confirmed, and I obviously don't have a weekly or monthly level confirmed either. So I don't pay attention to like 1 hour support levels, right? So yeah, I mean, to find new levels here, you're just really, I guess the one thing you can do is look for the levels that were tapped, right? Daily MPOC here, POC of the range. You could look at these as potential support resistance flips, right? Which again is why I say now that this is broken, this can be support now, right? About 67. I would focus more on like 67K. This POC is really the key level. But you have this tap daily naked point of control at 67.7. You know, this could also be a portion of that support, right? Because it was resistance. We broke above it. We could flip that into support, right? But other than that, right, like I just need those daily candle confirmations to give me new levels. And sometimes there's no new daily horizontal. Like here, there's no new daily horizontal because you don't have even body closures. We do have a daily down here, right? But you don't have even body closures here, so there's no daily. So sometimes you don't even get a new daily. You do get a new daily MPOC usually, Like you need to wait for the daily candle closure for the MPOCs as well. So yeah, like right now it's like the levels remain the same. Price has just moved into the levels we were waiting for. So hopefully that makes sense for you. So yeah, I would say, 67, like this basically $1,000 zone right here is your major level of support, right? And remember, the PLC is the area with the highest highest volume was transacted. So if we do wind up pushing back down there, right, you could kind of bing bong around this level, but it is going to be key if you can hold it to look for that big move to the upside. But typically, this is not something, unless I can get an SFP, there's not really something I'm taking on one of these giant candles. I need to see the lower time frames kind of settle down, maybe create some kind of a range. Then I can get my bearings, pull a volume profile, look for my longs, look for my shorts in the context of the local range. And then if the higher time frames are calling for this support to hold, if I take a long here at the value area low and I ride it up to the high and money flow looks good for an overall continuation up, I could take partial profits, move my stop loss to break even, and then look for that next major target. But you need a little bit of development on the price action to actually get those new levels. I can't really pull a volume profile on this. I guess you could on like a super low time frame. Pretty wonky. But, that's not really something, I'm not really looking at 7-minute profiles like that. I would at least want like a 30-minute profile. So let's see. 4-hour money flow, still trying to cross green. We got a red dot looking to come in. So again, guys, like nothing goes up in a straight line forever. But 2-hour red dot looking to print. So yeah, I would just look at this to maybe catch some consolidation. And then we have some confirmations that we're looking at in the Discord to potentially take a short. I'm not going to talk about that just because it won't be fair for the people who pay in the Discord. But yeah, I would just say in general, POC, key level of support. Very, pretty simple. So I'll just give you these key levels to look at. I'm not going to cover this one just because it's really far away at this point. I'll leave you with this. Where's my bottom range? Where's my bottom range? Am I blind? There it is. Let me drag this up. So, simple. What's good with this? I dragged this by accident. Value area low. POC has been tapped. Overall, long term. Resistance. Next target to the upside, number 1. 70,150 to 71,500 at the value area high. That's your next major target to the upside. Key support to the downside locally is just very simply going to be that 67K zone on the POC of the range. And this would also be somewhat of a structural hold of that value area, these highs, right? Pull up the macro range real quick. Yeah. So that would be nice. Again, kind of like a support resistance flip. You can't even see the line that I just drew because it's right on the POC. So many reasons, right? I can even maybe drag this down to these bodies, right? So you just really want to hold on top of this structure, stay on top of the POC. That will keep this target open. And then really, I wouldn't really be looking for a much bigger pullback until you can get accepted back below this value area high, right? So that's kind of far away at this point. So I would say big levels to look at right now until we check in tomorrow. Call the support 67,480 to 67,300. Hold on top of that. We can head up to our key resistance, 70,150 to 71,500. Once we break out of here, like I said, let me actually grab this. Once we get out of there, we could just pull back up our macro range. Flip that daily MPOC. Not much in the way of pushing up into the 76 to 78K value area high. I really don't get super worried until we lose this value area low. All right, so if we lose the POC and nuke, that value area low is going to be absolutely key, sitting at 65,250. But I don't really necessarily anticipate dumping there in the short term. If we do, that's obviously going to be a key level. I just don't want to give you guys too much to look at. I want to try to keep it nice and simple because as we have these like stacked profiles, it can get a little bit confusing. So what I will do is, let me grab this. And then pumping. So I'll just leave this here. So next target to the upside, you got it, 70,150 to 71,500. Key support, 67,378. She's pumping to 66,435. If we lose that POC, this is another key level to look at, 65,164 at the previous value area high. Once we lose that, then we have a potential opportunity for the bigger move down. But again, I don't necessarily anticipate hitting that by tomorrow. We totally could, but we're pretty far up here at this point. So I would say these are the biggest levels to look at. Mark these off on your chart. This will be a place where we'll be interested in potential rejections, potential short positions in the premium. But again, as we live inside of our macro profile, just to be clear here, guys, whether I end up taking a short on a sign of weakness or we wind up taking a short up here, inside this profile, the bias is always going to be above the low, POC is open. Above the POC, value area high is open. So these shorts are going to be treated very carefully, taking profit along the way, because we can easily flip the POC to come into the value area high. Even if we come into the low, take more profit, still could flip that for a continuation up through that entire profile. You do not want to forget the overall high probability of these. These volume profiles show you the high probability direction, the blueprint for the path of price. Does that make sense? If anybody's got any questions, let me know in the chat. But those are the key levels I will be looking at. I think the simplest way to look at it right now is through this range right here. Resistance, support. Shout out to Creator, said this pump was like the pimp of pumps. All those limit orders got filled. Insane. Shout out to Creator. Oh, wow. Look at that. Can't make it up, guys. Can't make it up. Well, there you go. Full volume profile rotation on ETH. Live on the Frankie Candles live stream. Well, there it is. Right through that second daily MPOC. Volume profiles, guys. Volume profiles. They will change your life. Look at that daily candle. Woo-hoo, baby. Shorts getting smashed. Hey, it's almost like we were able to see that on the liquidation heat map. Can a volume profile short term be pretty accurate? Yeah. I mean, I treat them the same on the low time frames as I do the high time frames. But you have to be careful. I want to be clear. Like, I am not someone who's pulling like a 1 minute profile very often and then trading that. You totally could, right? It's still valid. But like in a big impulsive move like this, like it could be pretty dangerous to, I guess it depends on what you're looking for. I mean, if I just pull this before we got that second pop out inside this range, come down below the low, get back in, play around, back to the high, little rejection, then you break out. I would recommend going to bar replay mode, pulling it on the 1 minute time frame or whatever you want to look at, and then just watching how they behave. Volume profiles, I never try to talk about these as some kind of magic thing that every time you touch a value area low, that you're going to go to the high. There's a lot of context, confirmation, stuff that goes into it. But you could totally use this on any time frame. You could use this on a monthly, weekly, does not matter. If money is tight, you get much free info here. Try and make the most of it. Yeah, shout out to Darkside. We do it here every day. Shout out to Darkside. Said, I don't know the price of entering, but I'm almost 100% sure you can get your money back on the trades given. Plus, you might get more knowledge. Shout out to Darkside. Oh, you might be talking about the Discord. I thought you were talking about a trade. I don't know my entry. I don't know what the entry is, but I'm 100%. I'm like, would it be 100%, bro? Make sure you manage the risk. But yeah, for the Discord, if anybody's interested in joining the Discord, guys, it is not a signals group. I actually talked about the Discord showing this kind of stuff. This is not something where it is a signals group. This is an educational trading Discord. My goal in this Discord is to turn you into a self-sufficient trader. Now, of course, you get my trade setups. You get the key levels, you get the daily updates, right? Especially through like the slow times in the market when I'm not live every single day. I'm in the Discord every day, so if you want those daily updates, you can get in there as well. But it is not a signals group. I do not say buy right now, sell right now. I give the trade idea. I explain it in depth. I tell you the confirmations that I'd like to see or I would prefer to see. Targets, my overall expectation. You know, if I take a long at 58K, I'll talk about how at first, I'm viewing this as a trade into the 65K value area low. And then if money flow is coming up, then I'm looking to hold it. So you'll get the trade setups. That's like really only, I would say, half of the value. I think the real value is we do 2 live streams a week where it's a lot more intimate. There's not obviously as many people in the Discord live streams as YouTube, so I can answer questions more directly and kind of keep up with people. It's more of like a mentorship for those live streams. But you get the trade setups, you get the key levels, the daily analysis, but it is not a signals group. If you want a place where someone's going to say buy right now, sell right now, good luck with that. It's not a real thing. You know, you could make some money on some of those trades, but it's not going to make you long-term profitable. And I'm super proud of the Mafia in the Discord. We have a lot of people making a ton of progress. It's amazing. We talk about a lot of the more advanced strategies as well. We talk about order flow a lot more in the Discord. I try to keep the YouTube channel a little bit more basic. But if you are brand new to trading, the Discord might not be the next step for you, right? Watch through all the tutorials. Understand how we do the analysis. Understand the key levels. Understand how to mark up the chart. Have a good idea of the TA. And then when you want to take your trading to the next level, then you get into the Discord. Because if you get into the Discord and you ask what a Fibonacci retracement is, you're going to have a lot of homework to do. So do that free homework in the beginner series first. Shout out to Indian Martini. Said, man, the FOMO is tough to fight not having any longs right now. Shout out to Indian Martini. Well, fight the good fight, bro. Shout out to, well, I just missed it. I just lost it. Oh, shout out to, Miguel said, is there any discount codes for the premium Discord? If we get 550 likes on the next live stream or this live stream, I'll drop 10 discount codes. That's been in play. It's just been so dead out there in crypto that we get like half the viewers that we normally get, and the likes are about cut in half as well. So smash that like button. We'll drop some discount codes. Can we hit this value area high today? Whoops. Hit the value area high while we're live? Should we stay live, guys? Should we stay live? Hit me with a candle emoji if you want to lock in and stay live. Shout out to Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Said, I closed along for 9% gainer. Shout out to Terry. Nice work, bro. Nice work. Shout out to New Word. Said, the bad news is my exchange servers failed on the last pump, and I couldn't manage my positions. Dang. Shout out to New Earth Guardian. That is rough. Blue Chew. Should we drop the Blue Chew? Oh my God! Bring back the Blue Chew. Talk about Blue Chew, guys. Good Lord, man. Unfortunately, I had 2 bigger losers earlier today. Shout out to Terry. All good, brother. Not every day is going to be profitable, even for me. Even for me, bro. I always try to be transparent about that. Don't let it get to your head, bro. All right, let's see here. Yeah. So here's the thing. Shout out to Indian Martini, said live short. Should I just gamble a short right now? Because here's the thing, right? I got key levels here. I got key levels here. I got no key levels here. So it would be a trade that I would not normally take. Again, doesn't mean you can't pull back, right? Doesn't mean you can't get a pullback. But for me, right, I'm either going to need to see some kind of sign of weakness to take a short, obviously with not the perfect entry at the top, but at least I'd have a sign of weakness. Or I would need a push into resistance with confirmation, which even if we push up there, it might take a few minutes, maybe a couple hours to actually get those confirmations. Here is just kind of no man's land. Should we just gamble on it? Should we let the chat pick the trade? Should we just let the chat pick what we do here? Because this is just not a place where I would take a trade. All right, I guess we'll stay live. We got some candles in the chat. We'll stay live for a little bit longer. Keeping my gains and losses small, dollar-wise, still learning. Shout out to Terry, bro. Not a bad move, bro. I like that. That is honestly a really big sign that you can go far, bro. And I know it sounds like cliche, but it is true, man. Like, you're not getting in here trying to load up all your savings into an account trying to get rich overnight. You're putting a little in. You know you might pay some tuition, so you're not risking too much. You're putting in what you're willing to risk and getting the feelings, right? I'm sure you're learning the TA. I see you in here a lot. You're learning the TA. Maybe you're learning the confirmations, the setups, etc. But you are more invested now. I mean, in two different ways, right? You're emotionally invested by putting money on the line while not like just trying to get rich overnight. You understand you're still learning, and you understand that sometimes does cost you some market tuition. Huge. You're ahead of a lot of people, bro, with that mindset. BTC going for 71. Maybe we can hit it. Our targets do happen to get slapped a lot. Less trades, bigger wins. Yeah, shout out to Simon. More trades, contrary to popular belief, does not equal more money. That's what most people think when they first get into trading, especially if you are not care. And to be honest, in traditional finance, I think it's a little bit it's a little bit like dirtier, where like you'll just have like all these stocks and forex traders that are just like, yeah, like just take all these trades, man. Like, it's like really bad advice. The reality of it is, more trades does not equal more money. More trades literally equals more risk. You want to be like a sniper, right? You want to you want to set your traps in the market. Have your crosshairs on that trap. And then when the target comes into your sights, you wait for the perfect moment and the perfect confirmations to then pull the trigger. That's how you want to trade, right? Not, oh my God, I got a short, right? Again, that's why everyone always wants to get on the charts, especially when they first start. I'm going to get on the charts. I can make $1,000 here, $10,000 here, short it, long it, short it. Get on the chart and just click buy, sell, buy, sell. I promise you. And I know me saying this is not going to help people not do this. People are still going to be like, nah, I'm going to make money. I'm different. I thought the same thing when I started trading. I was like, screw that. I know I'm going to figure this out. I'm not going to be part of the 95%. Okay, I'm going to be the top 5 that figures it out in one day. But that is more likely going to lead to you blowing up your account. I do not care. Like, if you start worrying about trying to catch every single move, you're like, oh my God, I missed this short. Oh my God, I missed this long. I missed this short. I missed this long. I missed this short. I don't care, right? I didn't short this. I don't care, right? And look at that. We're already back up here, right? So yeah, more trades equals more risk for sure. What are my volume profile settings? I have a 70% value area. That's about it. I think it's default. The only thing I change on my value areas, other than like the colors, I just make them gray because like the blue and yellow is just spastic to me. The only thing I change is I turn on the value area high and the value area low. I believe it normally has a 70% value area. Shout out to, Faria says, hey, Frankie, do a $5 short and a $5 long. See what's going to happen before you finish the stream. You're the best from Brazil. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you. We got to do more than $5. Should we just go long and short at the same time? Hang on. We'll do it for fun. It's been pretty boring out there recently, guys. And Maybe we'll see. We'll see how many people vote on the poll. We'll see. Again, I would not, don't do this, obviously. Like, this is probably very likely for both of these trades to end in losers. Let me know. We'll see. Maybe we'll do it. Someone said, Eat said, screw it, 786. There it is. Take that golden pocket off because it's just totally ran through. Shout out to anybody. Smash the like button if you guys have been watching the streams, bro. I know it's difficult to watch the streams in this environment, but man. Shout out to Dusty Hunt. Just posted on X that Frankie went short. Insane. Shout out to Bitcoin Tutor. Take a look at Doge. Let's take a look at Doge real quick. Come on to the alt chart here real quick. I never took a drink of my water here. All right. So Doge popping as well. Still got your don't know exactly what this is. But we do have the weekly here, which is tapped, obviously. Why did I do that? So, yeah, I mean, this would be a very nice level to flip. It's also flipping your structure there as well. Let's check the higher time frame money flow real quick. 3-day trying to come up. 4-day trying to come up. 5-day, 6-day, weekly. So nothing really to write home about on these higher time frames. 2-day, daily money flow trending up. 16-hour money flow crossing into the green. 4-hour money flow choppy. 8-hour money flow crossing into the green. Yeah, so let me just see if we have any MPOCs. Got a daily MPOC there. Weekly too. So you got a daily and a weekly MPOC down there. Got another weekly MPOC right on that value area low. Just get this off the chart. So really, your next significant value area is up here between 8, almost 9 and 10 cents. Other than that, this is just a wonky grind to the downside. Let's see. Just move this over a bit. So this is going to be your key level of support. I mean, this is insane, bro. Look at this price action. So this profile is a bit hard to pull. I don't... Actually, let me pull it like this. Yeah, it's still a wonky range. So if I had to pull something here, I'd have to pull this. So yeah, I mean, if you can break out of this value area high at about 0.075, and this is your next big level, flip that into support, maybe we could start working our way up here towards that value area low. But to be honest, it's, you got the 3-day bull divs, high time frame, lower lows, higher lows. If you can get this money flow to continue coming up, start the bigger trend, get accepted into this range. I mean, this would be the roadmap I'd be looking at. Biggest key level of support, if you get some kind of massive dump to the downside, is 100% going to be the full golden pocket 786 retracement, weekly and daily MPOCs, sitting between 0.069 and 0.070, 7 cents, right, basically. That would be like the lowest retracement. Once you lose that, obviously you're already close to the lows. You'd be looking to take out the lows. Local value area here is sitting between 0.071 at the value area low, POC 0.072, value area high 0.075. So this would be the local context I would look at. And then if we can break out of here, 0.078, major level to flip into support. This could take some time. And then if we can flip above that, we could start to look towards that value area low. You got a lot of moves to be made here. So yeah, again, like what do you do here, right? Unless you were long from like the 3-day bull div or from down here, I mean, if anything, I would say you would have to look for a short. I would never be in the camp of like longing this green candle. This would be like a no trade for me. Let's see. You're not interested in a short locally, just SFP'd the high. Talking about Dogecoin, did just SFP this high. No confirmation here yet on the 15-minute. Got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to confirm that. You do have an SFP there on the value area high. Technical bearish divergences, although I do not like that bear div. It's kind of ugly. You have low time frame divs. Give me a 1-minute div up there. No. Looks like you may be able to confirm that SFP. But again, you are in the middle of an impulsive move. But if anything, at a value area high, you'd have to be interested in a short. I would never be longing into resistance like that. But it's not like you have a ton of confluence either. Actually, let's do this. Let me see something here. Let's take a look at the liquidity on Doge. Right, because for like Bitcoin, I would not be, come on. Right, my key level is here for the value area high. Key support is down here. We're just kind of in no man's land. Again, it doesn't mean you can't reject, but for me personally, I set the trap, and it's not until I hit that trap where I would be interested in looking for confirmation. Let's check the high time frame liquidity heat map for Dogecoin. Take a sip of the Aztecian Cactus Black Coffee. Most hated rally ever. I hate it for sure. No position here. Shout out to Dr. One. Try to keep your head straight. Try to keep your head straight. I know it's hard, bro. I've felt it in the past. It is definitely a terrible feeling. Like I always say, like I personally think that the feeling of missing out is like the feeling of greed and FOMO is much more than the feeling of fear. Like I think more people are willing to react based off fear of missing out than they are based off of fear. Like fear of more downside, I guess. All right, so let me see this real quick. pull up the, I guess, the 1 month on Dogecoin for the liquidation heat map. Yeah, I mean, you did have liquidity sitting there above 0.0741. No, hang on. Hold up. .0745. So that's more above, I guess, these highs. So what is this? This is 7559. Whoops. Might have to pull up a higher time frame. Shout out to Super San, says BTC short 1 hour diver on the oscillator. Let me just see this real quick. Huh. Hopping around here quite a bit. Yeah, you do have a 1 hour div there, potentially. It's not printing just yet. Or I'm sorry, that's the 24 minute. So yeah, no 1 hour div, if that's what you meant. No 1 hour div here yet. You'd have a 15 minute, potential 30 minute looking to print. But to me, I mean, yeah, if you print this green dot on the 45 minute, you may be able to push into that value area high and then print the 45 minute div. May actually need a pullback before that happens. But again, it's simple for me, right? Like, this is my level. Like, typically I'm looking for that value area high to get hit or that daily MPLC to get hit. If we get a dump from here and push back to the PLC, I'm not going to cry about missing that short, right? Set the trap. The dump is going to be vicious. Shout out to J Gibb, says weak, no div. Oh, never mind. It's gone. He took it back. Yeah, shout out to New Earth Guardian, said you only had 12 opportunities to long. Yeah. It's I mean, that's typical though, right? Most people are gonna want a long up here, right? Or maybe hopefully no one really wants to long. Again, I'm not saying you can't go up. If you want to long it up here, that's totally fine. But if you watch this show, you will know most of the time I am not interested in longing green candles. Right? My longs are from much, 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 much lower. Let's see here. Oh, WeX, no div, no higher high. Shout out to J Gibb. I assume you're talking about Bitcoin. But yeah, I am on the Bybit USD perpetual. Which, by the way, I know some people are probably thinking this question in their head. Yes, I will take a trade on WeX off the Bybit chart. Yes, I will. Shout out to Bitcoin Tutor, said $500, 50x on Doge. Let's go. Nice work, bro. Yeah, we can look at hype. No problemo. Let's take a look here. How's Doge doing? Still hanging out the value area high. 15-minute div did not confirm. 15-minute SFP. Still have a potential possibility of printing it on the 30-minute, the 45-minute, and the 1 hour. But again, you are shorting a very aggressive move to the upside. Right? Like shorts at the value area high. Like, for example, if I just pull up Bitcoin here real quick, I'll take a look at hype in a second. Right, this is a perfect example on this market update that we dropped back here. Price pushed up, right? You do get an SFP. You come down, but as I shot that update up in here, I talked about the one level I was waiting for, which was a daily naked point of control sitting just above. We front ran it by a tiny bit. Had the daily MPOC up here. Whoops. Come on. We had the daily MPOC up here. We barely front ran. I think it was actually closer. Barely front ran it. I see that 45-minute coming down, looking to print a green dot, which very much indicates to me when these momentum waves are coming down like this, that if I have a reason to look for a magnetic draw towards this level, which I did, and I see this momentum wave coming down, I'm expecting to push into that daily MPOC. Number one, it's a magnetic level. Number two, if we were to push up into that daily MPOC, it would print a beautiful bearish divergence, all talked about on the market update. That is where I would look for the short, right? It's not oftentimes where it's just like, boop, and then like an instant candle back down to the low. I like to see some kind of consolidation, some settlement, right? Just some kind of actual signal, right? And you got the SFP up there as well. So looking at something like Doge, I'm not saying you cannot short an SFP, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if you get the SFP, you get it. But it's not oftentimes where, I don't like shorting these or even longing shorting. I don't like trading on these just like one big candles, right? I like to see consolidation, structure, so I can pull a volume profile and then find my entry. Let's take a look at hype. Let's see here. So, trying to catch my bearings here. Push back up through the range. Hold 786, 62 in the cards. Yeah, I remember leaving this here and being like, we'll leave this here and see if it happens. Hold 786. I guess we just held the golden pocket. Didn't have to go down to the 786. So I guess technically you held the 786, just didn't touch it. Man, I wish there was a way to check. Yeah, wow. When was this? August 7th. Rejection off the value area low. Obviously, your key level of support here was going to be the golden pocket 786. You hold on top of the golden pocket. 786 is really the level you don't want to lose. Once you lose that 786, you're looking for new lows. So technically, this ended up playing out. You just didn't push down to the 786. But of course, you don't know if on that retracement, if you're going to hold the golden pocket or the 786, which is why we always look at things as a zone. And then, of course, get back into the range. POC is open. So, dang. Did that on the live stream. That wasn't even like a premium Discord thing. So, there you go. Dang. Glad we left that there. But let me get rid of these now. Bada boom. So, got back inside the range, push into the POC. Slight turbulence at the POC. Push into the high, which, of course, would be the thought process. Now, not necessarily what I expect a massive move would be expecting a massive straight line up like that. But of course, the next step, we hadn't checked in on hype in a while. But once you get to that PLC, the next step is get above the PLC. Eventually, look to fill the range in full, which you've now done. So I just get this off the chart now. So you're trying to break above your 786 here. So, as long as you stay above this. Oh, hang on. This fib is. It's the wrong fib. Well, 786 is broke. Where's the high? That is the high. So there you go. Golden pocket value area high 786. Red dot looking to print. So yeah, you're tapping into that 786. Again, I don't know necessarily, right? Like 15-minute no bearish divergence. You know, obviously 1 hour no bear div. Looking for a potential red dot. So this 786 may be able to give you a little bit of turbulence. Key support down below would be the value area high, of course. Maybe you kind of bing bong around here a little bit. But key level to the downside right now is going to be this value area high. And honestly, in a situation like this, for anybody who is interested in shorts, you got your 1 hour money flow crossing into the green. 16-hour green dot confirmed. Weekly green dot printing. This, to me, personally looks like, again, fresh green weekly red dot. What? We've been live for too long, guys. Fresh green weekly red dot. Fresh weekly green dot. 10-hour money flow is in the green. So this actually looks to me on the higher time frame. Now, this bearish divergence I'm about to bring up does not necessarily mean it's going to go to zero after this happens, but this does look like this could print a bearish divergence, which would, in order to get that bear div, indicate a break of the high. And right now, this 786 is the line in the sand. If you get above this, I'm looking to take out this high. All right, I'll leave another note. Break. 786. New high. That is your line in the sand. Right here. Sitting at 71.37. Could you get a rejection from there first? Potentially. But this is not something I would not want to kind of, again, no confirmations or anything like that. No 15-minute bear div. So I would personally let this chill out. Not saying you can't short it. You are at resistance if you just want to bet on the resistance playing out, but not really like a beautiful confirmation there. But yeah, if you do get a pullback, right, lose the value area high, next stop, right, very clear range to look at. Value area high 68.20, POC 62.20, value area low 56.55. So get a cool off here. Value area high is key. Lose that, looking down towards the POC. And then you just use this range as context. Lose the POC, back down to the low. If you can get confluence on the point of control, right, I would say this. If you get accepted back into this range, POC is the next target. And I would say, yeah, all this money flows in the green. You know, 12, 16, 16-hour money flow crossing into the green. What does this indicate? Trend could continue to the upside, right? So any pullback, lackluster for a higher low and higher high, get back into the range, could be the POC. And at the end of the day, if you end up, I could take this off now. I wouldn't be as interested in the golden pocket because it's front running the low. But these would be like the biggest levels. If you lose that POC and come back down, could even put in a higher low there. Because this is the 16-hour. It's a pretty high time frame. So 56.54 at the value area low, POC 62.23. And then that golden pocket 786 zone sits between 63.46 and 60.99. Value area high sitting at 68.14. So this is your doorway. Once you break that, hold it, looking for the highs. So there you go. And overall, the weekly green dot looking pretty nice. But again, you have to think to yourself, right? Like, this is not me saying to FOMO into a long, right? Could you FOMO into a long if you want to, right? Just something I would never do. Not something I never have done. I have done it before, but at this point, I would never be chasing this, right? You have to think to yourself, even if you think you're going to break this and go up, you are longing after an already massive move. For me personally, this would be if I was not long from the value area low, maybe on that key Fibonacci retracement that we talked about. If I was not long from there or lower, this is too late to chase from a leverage trading perspective, in my opinion. Let's see. Where do you guys see the next resistance on ETH? Shout out to, I don't know how to say your name, but next resistance on Ethereum. We actually took a look at ETH already. I covered it in full. Just continuing to cook here. But if you scrub back, you'll see the full analysis on Ethereum. Daily MPOC cracked 2,300. Man, I mean, we talked about this upper profile, and I try to manage people's expectations. Imagine we just fly up here in the next couple of days. You do have a lot of daily MPOCs. Let me just pull this stuff up. Where's my weekly MPOCs? Let's pull up all our horizontal levels. Let me take out the ones that are tapped. All right, so what am I looking for here? I'm looking for confluence. Let's say your next key target / resistance would be sitting here between 2368 and 2432. Yeah, you also have the value area low. Pull that up a little bit. Now sitting between 2474 and 2368. This would be your next major confluence. Value area low, daily MPOC, weekly and daily. And then at that point, maybe you can get accepted into this range if you want to separate it, looking at it rather than your major high time frame range. You can start looking at that 2021 or 2024 upper range. But just to keep it nice and simple, I'll keep the macro up. So target number one, or next target locally, 2368 to 2474. And then above that, of course, you will have about 2677 to 2730 as your next confluence. These are the next two targets to look at. I'll mark this off of the price label so you can screenshot it and copy those levels on your chart. Lower end, upper end, lower end, upper end. So there you go. Shout out to Chris, said, looks like a possible weekly bear div on hype if it busts the high. Shout out to Chris. Just looked at that, actually. Shout out to Easy Snack. Said, you're so calm. I like it. Shout out to Easy Snack. That is, I don't know if you're talking about me, but that is the opposite of the comments that I typically get. Usually I get drug allegations. Can we get an alt season at the start of the bull market? Usually they happen at the end. No. Usually they do happen towards the end. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's definitely not it's definitely not impossible. Usually you see the rotation from Bitcoin into the high caps to the medium caps, mid caps to the low caps to the degenerate meme coin dumpster garbage degen stuff. It's typically the money flow of crypto. But we'll see. I mean, anything's possible. Smash the likes. If we get 550 likes on today's stream, guys, I think we could do it. We got to at least have over 400 or 500 people in here with a little bit of volatility finally happening. Smash that like button. If we get 550, I will drop 10 discount codes on the premium for the premium on the live stream tomorrow. Shout out to More Timer Duke. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Yeah, shout out to Dar. Everybody's always like, "Oh my God, this guy's got to be on something," because I'm usually super high energy. I guess we're coming out of the we're in the bear market lull. Kind of kills the enthusiasm a little bit. Shout out to Ricky. Said Bitcoin history always repeats itself. 2009 face. Those are emojis. Bitcoin history always repeats itself. 2009 4 cents to 126. 2026 now from 64 to 200K soon. Yeah. Shout out to Ricky Ricardo. Yeah, that's why I always laugh when people say they would never invest in Bitcoin because it always goes down. But it's like, just look at just zoom out, man. Not you, but people who don't believe in, I just saw, I forgot who it was. I was watching something and someone was just like saying like, I would never invest in Bitcoin. Like, it's so funny, right? Like people who hate on Bitcoin, right? I imagine, I think it was some guy on YouTube. I don't know who it was. It was some like smaller creator, but he was like, Bitcoin's the biggest trash. Like we were like dumping maybe here or here. And they were like, this is why I don't ever invest in Bitcoin. Look, it always collapses. And it's like, dude, if you've had that thought process from all the way back here, right? Like that is such a bad argument. You can't, I mean, I guess you can, but like you can't just come out and be like, this Bitcoin's garbage. This is why Bitcoin's garbage. They just ignore the massive bull markets and the fact that it trends up massively over time. It's absolutely wild. I mean, I guess some people just maybe they have like an emotional hatred towards it if they miss the boat or something. I don't know. It's crazy though. Shout out to Erica. Said my girl just inherited a mill. Shout out to Erica, and I guess your friend. That's lit. Let's go. Hey, not financial advice, but what is Bitcoin's average annualized return? 140 something % a year, I think. Of course, that's averaged out. What is Bitcoin's average annual return? I think it's like 150% or something. All right, 6, Siri. Should I use ChatGPT and it just turns off? Somebody let me know. Well, hey, I'll tell you this. It'll make you more than put it into the S&P. I mean, more risk, more volatility for sure. But if you're not digging for that money, right? It's like, it's one of the big things when you're long-term investing, right? It's like, think about how much more of a calm investment thesis it is to say, hey, like whatever the number is, 1 million, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 500,000, whatever it is. I have this money to invest. I could go the safe route, earn 8 to 12% a year going into TradFi. Or Bitcoin's obviously higher than that. I don't know the exact number. But if you put that money into Bitcoin, right, and even if the average annual return, averaging out the bear markets and bull markets, you might not, you only have every 4 years you're going to have an exit opportunity, I guess. Right? Like, it's not like you're going to make 150% every year. Some years are going to go down. But if you don't need that money, if you're willing to invest that money and hold on to it for the next 10 years, right? You're not worried about selling every single year, right? And then you can get that much, much bigger return. But a lot of people won't want to do that. I mean, number one, a lot of people are scared of Bitcoin. They don't understand it. But number two, right, a lot of people probably don't, like, even if you were just willing to get X amount on your money every year, a lot of people are not willing to wait, right? They just want to like put their whole life savings in a bull market and make it big in one bull market. But to be honest, the more time goes on and the further I move in my investing journey, the more I become obviously I'm a shorter term trader when it comes to leverage trades. But as an investor, I become much more long term, right? Much more willing to hold assets for 5 years, 10 years, right? Longer, with not having to pull out that money, right? And it makes it much simpler, right? Because then you could wake up one day and be like, oh, Bitcoin's down 60%. Well, that's okay, right? Because I plan on holding this for 10 years. Shout out to Chris. I'm not going to say that word because I don't know what that word means. And judging by Chris's previous comments, every day here, it's probably some kind of crazy term. But shout out to Chris. Welcome in. I'm going to Google it, bro. Oh, man. Should I know what that means? Does anybody know what that means? Maybe it's not bad. Okay. It's nothing. It's a misspelling of a Pokemon or the name of a brand name for a back brace. So, I don't know what that means. Shout out to Chris. Let me know. Inherited 1 mil near the lows of the bear market. Quite lucky. Yeah. Talk about luck, man. All right, Bitcoin just still cooking here. Let's pull up our. Yeah, I mean, here it is, guys. Mrs. Candles is traveling right now. Mrs. Candles is on a trip, so she's not here. I'm free reign right now. It's me and Lucy partying all week. So I don't really have I don't have Mrs. Candles forcing me off. I do have some stuff I have to do, so I don't really have a hard out right now. But we could be sitting here waiting for this key level for a very, very, very long time. I really got Frankie Googling words. Shout out to Chris Mella. Yeah, dude, I've never seen that word before. Was it just random typing? Like, what was that? Where'd you get that word from? Because I just Googled it and I couldn't find anything. Wait, Solana just hit 87. What the heck? Let's take a look at Solana. Yep. So just to break down Solana real quick. And again, guys, I bring up the past price action because this is what's important before we see this, right? This is why, like, when we pump like this, we can find the next levels. We talk about those next targets. We already went over everything. But the reason I bring this up is because this is the important stuff, right? This is like when no one wants to pay attention, when price is boring, right? Like, this is typically where you're looking for an opportunity to position yourself before the actual move happens, right? Of course, with Bitcoin's bias of the daily money flow coming up, looking for higher lows and higher highs, we talked about this key level on the live stream. POC of the range. I believe we also had a golden pocket 786 here. Let me just pull that. I don't think it was this. Yeah, it wasn't this one. I believe it was a local fib. Or, I'm sorry, was it a fib? I think it might have just been the value area high. Yeah, it was this. Value area high, POC 786. This was the big level. You had your anchored VWAP in here. Once we came down, right, we rejected the value area low, back down, bounce, bounce, bounce. Once we lose this anchored VWAP decisively, right, bearish retest, can't get above it, that's where you're looking for the full rotation of the volume profile. 786 ends up holding. We slip it. Believe we did end up getting a high time frame SFP of this low. Sweep it back above the anchor VWAP, back above the 786. back out of the range, retest. Next stop was this value area low, 786 retracement. Perfectly in confluence. Pulled from the high to the low, right? If you bounce here, this is the highest you want that retracement to go if you're still looking for lower highs. Once you break that 786, you're looking to take out the highs, making your next target the POC. And to be honest, now that you're above the POC, we can actually take that off the chart now. You're just back within your profile, right? Solana, forever, for 49 days, was bing-bonging between this profile and this profile. The goal is to stay outside of this profile and get accepted inside this profile. Until then, right, I mean, at the end of the day, you could have come up, rejected the 786, and continued to bing-bong around between both ranges. But the doorway to lower prices was the anchored VWAP. The doorway to higher prices is your 786 value area low. Once you flip that, you're looking to take out the highs. If you take out the highs, your next magnetic target is also the POC. Price action becomes very simple when you start to understand the volume profiles. Back in, next stop, POC. We smash right through it. So at this point, your key level right now of support locally is 84.73. If we can hold on top of that, next target would be about 91.26 to 89.90. All targets we've talked about throughout this boring sideways price action. If Bitcoin takes out the high with the bull divs on the daily with money flow coming up, we see the bullish case play out for Bitcoin. The hope is to flip inside this range. And now you have your beautiful roadmap. Value area low, 81.46, POC, 84.73, value area high, 89.94, with weekly MPOC confluence at 91.24. This is your next target to the upside. It would not be until we lose this value area low that I would start entertaining these lower levels again. And I can get this off the chart now because this all ended up holding up. So there you go. Very simple. Could be messy, could be turbulent, but at the end of the day, remain inside the profile. It goes value area low, POC, and eventually value area high. Of course, that's not 100% probability, but that is typically what you're looking for. And more often than not, it is what you see. So there you go. Congratulations, Mafia. We're back inside those upper profiles. Let's go. Hey, shout out to BTC Bill. Thank you for the super chat. He said, let's go, Mafia. Shout out to BTC Bill. Appreciate you for being here, brother. Thank you for the super chat. $50 super chat at that. Thank you, bro. BTC Bill always showing support to the channel. How you doing, brother? Welcome in. Welcome in. We could take a quick look at XRP. Shout out to Black Mamba. Says, Frankie, you sent it, bro. Finally. 63K, 50%. Shout out to Black Mamba. I assume you mean sent the Bitcoin price. And I assume you mean you're in from 63K up 50%. That's how I interpreted that. It could be totally wrong. Shout out to Terry. Said, thanks for the trade info, Frankie Candles. No problemo, brother. Mrs. Candle's going to be real happy when she gets home. Shout out to J007. Mrs. Candles is, if I could be honest, guys, Mrs. Candles is very not unbothered, but just very what's the word? Like, you can't phase her. She's like unfazable. Like, if something bad happens, she's like, oh, well, that's okay. We'll figure it out. If something really good happens, she goes, oh, yeah, that's cool. Like, she's never like I remember when I really started making money on trades, I'd show her, I'd be like, babe, you remember like when we would literally be scrounging quarters together, like to try to pay rent or buy food? Like, look at this. I'm like up a mid-sized vehicle right now in the past 2 days. isn't this crazy? I clicked a button and made that out of nowhere. And she's just like, oh, yeah, like, cool. I'm like, dang it. I can't phase her, which is super cool because she does it through the downs as well, which is nice. But, yeah, I just can't phase her. I could come back and she can I could have a new puppy, a new car, new everything for her. And she'd be like, oh, wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. Which is great. I like that. She's very stable. But yeah, she won't care. Babe, Bitcoin went to $5 million. We're quadrillionaires. Oh, cool. You want to go to the bar down the street and get some food? I want mozzarella sticks. I'm very thankful for her. She could do the opposite. She's not phased. I can't impress her with gifts. I can't impress her with anything like that, which is a benefit, honestly. I thank God every day for that. She literally has my American Express, and I look at the spending. She has her own card. I look at the spending, and I'm just like always blown away. She's very conservative, and she doesn't have to be. She texts me, hey, can I use the card to get my nails done? I'm like, yes, you don't have to ask me that. It's very funny. My girl is the opposite. I feel like most girls are the opposite. It's a rare thing. It is a very rare thing. Yeah, shout out to Sky Monkey says, or Sly Monkey says, Sky Monkey? Sly Monkey? I think it's Sly Monkey. Better buy that ring before the bull market. I could make a ring out of paper towels, and I think she wouldn't care. But yeah, what is it, 3 months salary, I think he said. Yikes. I'm going to have to do that 3 month salary on a non-profitable month. Like, I just lost a bunch of really big trades. Didn't make money this month. $7 ring. Yeah, she appreciates you with the way you are. That's the gift from heaven. Yeah, shout out to Jesse. I truly do feel that way. Absolutely. Let's see. Shout out to Terry. Said I was watching Piano Matty B at the piano bar during a CandleMafia raid one time. That's how I discovered Frankie Candles. Shout out to Terry, bro. That's awesome. And you're still here. That's nuts. Yeah, I always when I pop into those streams, I love showing them love. He's Matty B's awesome. How we feeling about the bottom being in? I talk about this a lot. I do have to remember that there are sometimes new people that come in. My thought process, I guess I'll talk about the higher time frames a little bit here with you guys, because I said I would do that. My general bias has not changed here, guys. How am I feeling about it? Is it confirmed the bottom is in? Not necessarily, right? But my overall thought process throughout the end of 2025 and all of 2026, and I think I really started talking about this at the beginning of 2026, 2026 bottom watch. Is it guaranteed that the bottom is in, right? All I could do is give you evidence pieces of what would fit here, right? And I'll go over this very quickly because I know it's very repetitive for a lot of people. Weekly bullish divergences, confirmed. Same thing that called the bottom in 2022. 2 week, check for the bottom being in. 2 week, bullish divergences confirmed. Also printed at the bottom of last cycle. Check number 2. Right? And I'm not going to get them all. But there you go. High time frame bull divs. Number 3. And then this is more of not necessarily meaning that the bottom is in, but if it's not in, potentially very close. And I'll go over the bearish case as well. As you guys know, throughout all of this, I have had very specific fractals drawn on the chart here, right? And this goes all the way back to before we got the big capitulations, and I'll just break it down for you. 2 scenarios in the bear market. Scenario number 1, we get a much shallower bear market because, and I'll go back to the evidence in a second, much shallower bear market because we did not have as much interest in this cycle as we did in this cycle. As a matter of fact, it was much less. You don't top off on massive retail euphoria. It could indicate a much more shallower bear market for a more bullish scenario to play out, which would be a lackluster bear market, which was option number 1, which is something like this, which still could have the opportunity for one more low to come in. But not, we have massive support between, call it $56 to $50,000. Right? So this is the fractal. We have this drawn on the chart from all the way back here. Option number 1 is something like this. It's either in, and I'll call this the lackluster bear market scenario. The bottom is either in or very close, one more capitulation, wrap it up, bull market, right? Scenario number 2, the traditional 4-year cycle. 70% correction, 70+% correction. Bottom comes in October. Looks like this. Now, I am optimistic and have been throughout this entire bear market for the bullish case to play out if we saw very specific things happen. What were those very specific things? Those very specific things were to see the support, which some of it we've already tapped into, to see the support tap with, of course, weekly bullish divergences. We have come into that support, with weekly bullish divergences, right? Again, bullish, 2-week bull div. On top of that, we've pushed into the key support. 300-week moving average is very close. This 300-week moving average is historically we looked at this yesterday. 300-week moving average, we don't typically go very deep below that, right? In 2018, we front ran it. This, technically we tapped it here, but it was still a higher low, right? This was not a new low. This was a higher low. Bottom was already in. 2022, we tapped it, and then FTX collapsed. We got one more push below it for 2 seconds to print the weekly bull div. We get back above it. Bottom's in. We are very close to the 300-week moving average. I don't look at this as, this has to get tapped, because we have a couple of different scenarios. 1, we front ran it. 2, we tapped it. You could argue that we had to tap it and go below here because of the FTX event, right? So I am not saying you have to go down there, but what I am saying, what I have been saying throughout all of this price action is that when you are this close to the 300-week moving average, it has historically not been a bad time to buy Bitcoin. You would not have been buying the top, right? So major key levels. Major key levels. Let me make these checks a little better. Major key levels tapped. Now, the next, also, monthly green dot is about to print. Another one. These have historically, once that monthly green dot prints, which it is not doing just yet, has historically marked that the bottom is in. Bottom was already in here on the first green dot on the monthly below the 0 line. Bottom was already in on the first green dot below the 0 line. Bottom's in. Bottom's in. This one came in almost on the monthly green dot. Bottom's in. You could see our VWAP is getting very, very close to printing the green dot. So that's another, I would call this like a, I would call this another evidence piece, right? If this prints and confirms, it has a 100% hit rate of saying the bottom is in. Does that mean this can't be the first time it doesn't mean that? Yes, of course, I'm not going to look at a green dot printing on a screen and guarantee that that's the bottom in, right? But I'm not basing this off of just that green dot. I am just adding this to a large list of confirmations, right? And I have to keep redrawing these check marks, right? So that's 5. And let's go over, right? So this, to me, makes me very cautiously, or not very cautiously, makes me just generally optimistic for the possibility of that first fractal to be a likely case. Right? Shallow bear market. Yes, this would be crazy. This would be like the shortest bear market, the easiest bear market ever. Maybe we have to go down and tap that 300-week moving average, right? But typically, you don't have to go much further than that before you start working your way out. So that's the bullish case, right? That is my argument for this, either bottom being in or very close, right? Which is really the way that I am leaning, as you all know, until we lose the $47,000 POC. Right? That does not mean that if we lose this $47,000 POC, I will still come up here and tell you guys, oh yeah, don't worry about it, guys. We definitely still have to go up, because this would be different information on the chart, which would call for a change in sentiment. Once we lose that 47K POC, can't reclaim it, then we would have a higher probability of going down to 30K. Right? So I am optimistic that we could see something like this play out. I can't guarantee it. I wish I could just say it. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, you need to wait for some kind of bigger change of structure, right? Now let's argue the bearish case, right? Because there is an argument to be made here, right? What are the reasons? 4-year cycle, percentages, and timing. I guess you could put that as 2. I don't know. Maybe you guys can give me some that I'm not paying attention to in the chat. But for me, the 2 question marks that I have going against my original optimistic thesis here is, I don't just look at this and be like, this has to play out, right? I am fully aware that this may not play out and we may go lower, right? But my evidence tells me that this is for sure a possibility, right? That we can see the less brutal case play out, right? And this could still have another drop, right? And it could still end up being the more optimistic case. All the technicals are pointing towards this. And even some of the on-chain stuff, I think there's like the MVRV score, I think, is the one thing that's not firing. But from a key level perspective, from a technical confirmation perspective, this is literally almost exactly what we saw, the exact conditions we saw down here at the bottom of 2022. The 2 question marks that I have still are going to be, yes, this would be the shortest percentage drawdown we've ever had in a bear market. Even if we go down here, 60% is way less than what you would expect. If you take the averages of the previous bear markets, including the diminished losses, you would expect about 73%. Right? So that brings you into like the low 30s. So that does not line up. Some people say the cycle timing doesn't line up. But I am not interested in trying to time everything perfectly, right? It's a lot harder to predict time because to be honest, like timing is much less important to me than the technicals, because the chart is what it tells me what the market is actually doing, right? Because like I know there's a lot of people out there, and to be fair, it could end up playing out. But from my experience, let me pull up the Bitstamp chart here real quick. When I am looking at my confirmations, right? Like I said before, here you had the cycle timing. It was about 365 days, 77% drawdown. It was the exact, like you had everything here. You had the bull divs on the 2-week, on the 1 week, the monthly green dot. You had the money flow coming up on the weekly. Not even the money flow just yet, but you had all your key levels tapped, 300-week moving average tapped. Everything lined up from a technical perspective and a cycle perspective. So this is very simple, right? There was not a lot of things to look at here. Like the people calling for 8K here, I don't know what they were looking at. I genuinely don't. I don't know why they would expect that to go lower. Here, you have a little bit more of an argument for lower to come, right? And that's just because the cycle timing does not line up. As you all know, I am not married to the cycle timing. I know it is played out almost perfectly every single time, which is why I still keep it in mind, but I do not treat it as gospel. The one time where I would start to think maybe the cycle doesn't play out is if I have technical confirmations pointing against it, right? So in a weird way, it looks from a technical perspective that the bottom is either in or close. But would I be super, super shocked if we continue down a little bit? Not really. So I am still optimistic for the bottom being in or close if we have to go for one more capitulation, right, or one more drop down to near the 300-week moving average. It's not lost on me that this can go lower, right? I know it can. But, back here, when we look at this chart, and it's almost the same thing as 2021 or 2022, right? When I expect price to go lower here, right, I'm expecting that massive collapse. When price comes here, I'm expecting the massive collapse. It's a different situation down here, right? It's a different situation down here. If we did not have weekly bull divs, if the three, like I said last night on the live stream, right? Or on the last live stream. Was I live last night? Or did I put a market update out last night? I don't even remember. If my 300-week moving average, right, was at like 30K, and we did not have any of these technical confirmations, well, then I would have no reason to even entertain a bigger bounce here. I would just be saying, I don't really have any big confirmations. I don't have any confluence. There's no technicals. So in that case, I'd be looking at it more like this, where it's like, hey, I don't really expect a big move up. I'm just expecting to continue down, if I had no confirmations, right? And if the 300-week moving average was down there, it becomes a very large target, right? And then this would be the area where I'd be looking for those bullish divergences. And, I maybe should, after this stream, go back to my old live streams from before we ever came down here, because this level, retest the all-time high, slightly slip it. This is what we have done in the past. Hit the all-time high, slightly slip it. Not a bad time to buy. This would line up on that kind of thought process. Right back here, we didn't even get close to the previous all-time high. So, naturally, back here, previous all-time high retest was a big area of interest for me. We saw the weekly bull divs. This happened perfectly with the cycle timing. Here, same thing. Biggest area of interest, retest the previous cycle all-time high. And then, of course, if we go down to retest that previous all-time high, we know we can slip below it. I'll pull it to the bodies. We also have this value area from the previous all-time highs. That makes this zone a very large level of support. And we talked about this, I think before we even came up, I tried to just jot out what I'd be looking at very, very speculatively when we put in an all-time high. This would be a big area of interest to look for confirmations. If I didn't have big weekly bull divs here, guys, no bottom confirmations, right? No technical confirmations, I would be less optimistic about the more bullish case playing out, right? I'd be much more interested in, right, if our 300-week moving average was like right here, it would make a lot more sense to start looking here. But now we're getting those technical confirmations at the same place. I always do this. Right in and around the place where we typically put in the bottom. All right, so where am I going to look for those confirmations? I'm going to look at it in and around those levels. We're there, right? The 300-week moving average is here, not here. So the cycle timing, when I have those confirmations into these historically big levels, I am not going to just ignore that and say, well, October, because Halloween. I just would never lean on that. I can still, two things can be true at the same time, right? I cannot make my decisions based off of that, and I can be optimistic for an earlier bottom to come in while still accepting that there is a chance that the 4-year cycle winds up playing out, right? But we have not crossed any of the lines in the sand that would make that the higher probability. Even if we make a new low, we still have massive, massive support underneath us. 300-week moving average, weekly MPOC. I'll pull them up to show you. All right, and I'll take this off the, I'll take this off the all-time high. Right, below us, we still have all this support. Whoops. We got something else down there. A weekly. And a daily. Right, and honestly, the daily is not something I'm super stressing on either, right? It's more the weekly, the macro value area high, right? And this is also our value area high. So from a trading perspective, this would be a big place to look, right? If we break into this range, get stuck under the high, and start losing that POC, this is what opens up the door to go down to 30K, right? The only thing this fulfills is timing and percentage, right, of the cycle. And when we have all the technicals as we're pushing into support, even if we put in a new low, I have to entertain that this is a place I'm interested in, right? For that optimistic case to come in. You know, we've never gotten a 50% drop below the 300-week moving average, right? It's not to say it can't happen, right? But historically, or no, not 20K, 30K, right? Like a 50% drop, a little less, right? We've never done that, right? Here, I think we went down like 12%. Yeah. Here, we didn't even hit it, right? So just in general, if you're looking for like long-term bags, historically, it's not a bad time to start dollar cost averaging in once you get close to those levels. And I don't even really use the 300-week moving average. I use the weekly money flow crossovers. Buy when money flow is in the red on the weekly. You're buying near the bottom, right? I usually wait for the first capitulation on the money flow crossover. You're buying the bottom. Same thing here. Did this literally live. Wait for the capitulation. Money flow crosses red. Wait for the first big dump. Dollar cost average. It's never been a bad time to buy when weekly money flow is in the red. I did the same exact thing here. Big dump. Dollar cost average. Dollar cost average. Dollar cost average. If we go down lower, I'll see that as an opportunity to buy lower. Again, long-term view. But really the only thing is cycle timing that you would be waiting for. So, and cycle percentages, which I totally think is a valid thought process. I think of this stuff too, right? I'm just capable of holding two beliefs at the same time. And I use that to help make my decisions, right? Again, I have a plan. If the bottom is not in or not close and we go down to 30K, I will weighted dollar cost average buy it back in, right? I have a plan for that. But what I will not do is say, well, we have to bottom out in October because the market's that easy, right? I'm not going to say I have to go in the bottom in October. I'm not going to say I have to hit this exact target, this exact price level. And what I won't do is not buy until there, right? I am not going to sit here and be like, I am not buying until we hit 30K. I'm not saying if you're waiting for 30K, you shouldn't do that. If that's your plan, that's your plan. I am not willing to do that, right? I am not going to wait for 30K because what happens if we don't go to 30K, right? What happens if you come down here, right, and then you go back up, and then you're going to wind up buying back in the bull market, right? I will not do that. In my opinion, it is much less painful to dollar cost average in and then buy lower, right? Oh my God, I'm in drawdown, right? I don't care, right? I'm not buying this bag to make a bunch of money in the next day, right? I'm buying this bag to start a long-term position for the longer-term cycle. So if my bag's going to drawdown, I will continue to buy lower, lowering my average entry price as low as I could possibly get it. If we go down to 30K, I will literally sell my belongings to buy more Bitcoin. So that's my thought process. I'm optimistic for the more bullish case. And again, been covering this and talking about these two scenarios forever, right? Before we ever got down here on what I'd like to see. And very simply put, we're seeing exactly what I wanted to see into those key levels. Even if we put in a new low, this could just be another drive of bullish divergence on the weekly. So I'll leave that there. Yeah, no euphoria, no max pain. I think that's a good way to put it. Did we get the 15-minute div? Oh, we did. We did get the 15-minute div. Hold up. Yeah, so you got a little 15-minute div there. No 1-hour div. No 45-minute div. So you do have a 15-minute bear div. You front ran the value area high, and you also front ran the daily MPOC. So, again, I'm not here to tell you exactly what to do. But for me personally, as I mentioned in the past live streams, when we get up here, meaning 268, 267K, right? This is the next level I'm interested in, right? We didn't, obviously, get the SFP here for the move down, right? That would have been something I would have been interested in for a short. We didn't get it, right? So I didn't take the trade. At this point, I really have to wait for those next key levels, which is the daily MPOC and this value area high. Maybe you front run the value area high, not impossible. I mean, 15-minute bear divs do typically give you corrections, but I would say, for me personally, a little 30-minute bear div. A little 30-minute bear div as well. I just don't like the idea that you front ran these key levels. More often than not, you do come up and sweep those. Now, I'm not here to tell you not to short. At least you have a 15-minute bearish divergence. Is that the short we should take? I forgot about that. Should I just degen on that? I would expect it to get stopped out. So I like to be clear about that. I'm looking for a kidney if you want to trade for a BTC. Shout out to Buff Link. Shout out to you, bro. Are you really looking for a kidney? True question. September is mostly a red month for BTC. Best case, we get a lower high in September. Maybe. The other thing is, too, like, red month doesn't necessarily mean new low, right? You could come up and then have a red September, right? Like, you could even bing bong around, have a red September, right? And then still end up holding massive support and continuing up. Again, is September typically a bearish month? Yes, right? Rectember. I don't call it Rectember for nothing. So definitely true, but not something I would necessarily use to make a very large prediction. You promised us a bad trade. All right, should we just take it? I guess I'll take it. I mean, full disclosure, guys, this is not really a trade that I want to take. This is likely going to get stopped out. And I don't know. Maybe this will where is my bottom range, right? If I had to guess here, I would probably say this will eventually happen. Maybe I get lucky and we get a push down to the POC. Maybe I could take some profits, move my stop loss. But yeah, if I had to guess, this will probably get stopped out. Take the bad trade. Why does everybody want me to take a bad trade? Have to wait for trend reversal confirmation before entry. Yeah, shout out to... I don't know how to say that, brother. Yeah, that would be the right way to do it. Or wait for a confirmation of the top, or wait for a sign of weakness would be much better. Shout out to Torboro said, I can feel it. This is the one, front run champion 2026. All right, let's see here. Bear with me here. What should we do? I'm not going to take a crazy position size because I do expect it to get stopped out, but let's kind of chart this out a little bit. So, and I'm not going to sit here because I just simply am doing this for the entertainment purposes. I'm doing it for the free will maxing in 2026 purposes. Or I guess the chat, I guess Mafia is free will maxing right now. And hey, if it entertains you, we can do it. So let's see here. I will take a bit of a smaller position size to have a bit of a bigger stop on this above the value area high. And then if I had to guess, this will probably do something like this, stop me out, and then I will look for confirmation up here. Somebody clip this. That's my expectation. If it comes down here, we have a party tomorrow. If we just dump from here, we have a party tomorrow. This is not... this is very likely to stop out. So let's see here. Because even if we do come down, right, like we're coming right into support. So even this as like a scalp with my stop above this high or above this value area high is not great, right? This is not a great risk to reward. It's about a 3% move. So let's do it. All right, we're in. I'll pull this up in a second. So there we go. If this plays out and we just get a massive dump, guys, I will celebrate the degens. Maybe degen will be the new way. But I do not. I expect to get stopped out of this. Watch Frankie just win this trade. I low-key hope I don't. I hope I get stopped out, right? Because the thought process here logically is that we are like, would I ever take a trade as I am front-running my key zone of interest? Well, I guess the answer to that is yes, if the chat wants me to. Bad. Be a degen. Let's go. So what you're really saying is long. Shout out to Robbie. Good decoding of that message, but no, not even that, right? Like I would not hop on the chart right now and take a trade, right? Although I'm in a trade, technically. I am not at one of my key levels, right? So I just would not be taking a trade right now. So I wouldn't even really long. I hit the like for my mom's basement. If I could do it, anyone can. Let's go. $5.50, guys. We'll give the discount codes. I'll give away $100 to somebody. I will do something. Let's get 550 likes. All right, so let's see here. Let me just zoom in a bit. All right, 4-hour red dot maybe helping you out. But I will say, guys, if this thing pushes down here, I would partially close this, and move my stop loss to break even. Guaranteed risk-free trade. But again, like, I would not, do not follow. Like, this is obviously, I can just picture somebody tuning in right now and seeing this and being like, oh my God, I should do that. No, this will very likely lose. Best case, take profit, then stop out at break even for a little partial win there. All righty. There we are. So it is in. If we go there, what is this? 67,298. Maybe a quick, if this for some miracle ends up playing out, quick little $1,600. We'll see what happens. Shout out to Tarboro. Says, great signal, full port. Dave said, did you just say you literally wouldn't take a trade here and then take a trade here? Literally? Yes, Dave, that is exactly what I did. Unfortunately. 43% said short. So, but I guess you could argue, right, even the gamble isn't really necessarily a super gamble, right? I mean, there is a 15-minute bearish divergence. So at least you got that going for you. And a potential 4-hour red dot. I mean, you got that going for you too, maybe. I just wouldn't have super high hopes for it. But we'll see. You guys pick the trade. If this trade hits the POC or enough for me to take some profit down here, maybe we'll do a giveaway. You guys pick the trade. I mean, it's only fair to pay you some of the profit. So was this the right direction for a new watch? No, the pump was not what I wanted for the new watch. A new low was to buy a new watch. So didn't happen. I mean, maybe we do end up continuing down lower. Or should I just close my shorts now and buy the watch anyway? Or should I keep my shorts open and just buy the watch anyway? I was really just using the lows as like a reason to buy it, right? Because I could buy the watch right now, keep my trades open, but I need a reason to do it. I don't know. I don't know. I said yesterday, I think it's like self-harm. I don't like to reward myself for some reason. I always just put it off. I take delayed, I mean, it is important, I think, delayed gratification, but I delay the gratification like way too much. Yeah, shout out to Torboro, said take into account this is after a major upside due for a correction. Front run is good. Trade not bad. Yeah, I mean, listen, I guess there isn't, there is definitely, right? If I had to argue for this, right? Like if I want this to play out, 15-minute bearish divergence. I'm sorry, 30-minute bearish divergence, 15-minute bearish divergence. So you have a bear div. You also have a local SFP of the high. And you have the 4-hour red dot looking to print. So if that 4-hour red dot prints and the 15-minute money flow, still pretty high up there. But if that 4-hour red dot eventually prints and then the 15-minute money flow crosses into the red, that could give you a little bit of a continuation down of the 15-minute trend. All right, so that would be my argument there. If I had to fight for this to be a good trade. My argument against it is, based on my actual trading plans, front ran value area high. I basically just front ran the next key zone that I'm actually interested in. I think just scam up there. So there you go. And I'm glad short. This says a lot about the Mafia, right? Because short was picked. To be honest, if it was long, I would have still taken it for the entertainment purposes. But if someone had a gun to my head and said, you have to take a trade here, I would favor a short, right? Just because obviously we've already had a pretty big move up. So take the wife shopping first, then buy your watch. Shout out to Bufflink. I wish he would. So, actually, funny story that just happened. Just to give you an idea of Mrs. Candles. Mrs. Candles needed headphones. And she would not let me buy them. And every time I'd go out with her, I go to Best Buy. It was actually awkward. We went to Best Buy. I'm looking at the AirPods. She wanted AirPod Pro, the big ones. And we go there. And I was like, I need to get something at Best Buy. And I didn't actually need anything at Best Buy. I do like going to Best Buy. But I just went there. We went straight to the headphones. And I went to get the headphones. And she was like, I'm not taking them. I don't want them. Don't waste your money. Don't buy them. I'm like, you need them. I know you want them. I'm buying them. And she made like a whole thing. And it was awkward. The guy was like standing there. She's like, I'm leaving. And she walked away. I was like, dude, what the heck is going on? Then she goes to New York. She goes to visit family. And she forgot her AirPods. And then I said, do you want to buy the new AirPods now? And she goes, okay, fine, I'll buy them. It's unbelievable. She doesn't enjoy it. It would like cause an argument if I buy her something. It's kind of annoying because I like to give people stuff. It's like one of my favorite things to do is to help other people, right? Or just like gift other people things. It makes me happy almost in a selfish way. It's like anytime I try to pay for dinner, if I'm out with friends or family or something and someone refuses, I like ask them, is it okay if I pay? Because it makes me happy to do this. And it's like you are taking that joy away from me if you don't let me do it. So Mrs. Candles is hilarious. Wouldn't Max Payne be continuing and ranging a bit, pull in FOMO crowd, and then dump it in their face like the last failed rally, bounce of 50K-ish, and fear of all longs out, then moonshot? Shout out to Reacherus. I actually covered this in the beginning of the stream. I think the most painful case here is honestly just continuing up, right? Because again, if you scrub back to the beginning of the stream, you'll see me kind of talk about this, but I'll just cover it quickly. You have to think, right? Most people are bearish down here, right? And again, Most people is not everybody. I know, especially in the Mafia, there's probably a bunch of people who are not, expecting zero to come in, right? They probably understand the signs on the chart. But, most people are bearish down here. Sentiment is absolutely in the garbage. It's most people want this to go lower. So I think personally, the most, right? And why is that, right? 4-year cycle plays out every time. The 4-year cycle calls for 30K bottom in October, which honestly would have to happen pretty fast. That is what most people are looking at, right? Most people are not looking at the advanced technical confirmations. They are just thinking, well, hey, I've seen this play out every single time. I'm going to wait for the 4-year cycle to play out. Hence, most people are not buying this. Most people are scared to buy this. Typically, the dips that you should be more favored on buying when the ones that people don't want to buy, right? So most people bearish. What is the most painful case for the masses right now? Well, it's the most painful case, in my opinion, it would be if the bottom was in. If the bottom is in, that is the most painful case for the bears, right? And I think right now, majority of people want this thing to go lower, right? So just psychologically, the most painful case here would be for this thing to just keep going up. Like I explained before, I think what could make it maybe, you could argue if you start pushing up, because you have to understand, like, yes, if you push up and then the bears are like, fine, I'll buy, and then they nuke it down again, I don't think that is, yes, that could be more painful technically. But I don't think that coming up to this high here, if we come up to, say, 78,000, 83,000, I don't think coming up here is going to be enough for the bears that want 30K to buy. I think they're just going to be saying lower, lower, lower. They're going to be scared on this entire push up. Not scared, but they're going to be favoring lower. They're going to be like lower, lower, lower. Everyone's going to get ready for the big dump. It's coming, right? But for all those people who are not holding that want lower, that is the most painful case, right? In my opinion. Doesn't mean it can't go lower, right? But I just think personally that is the most painful case. Yes, again, could people buy in here? Maybe. I just don't think they will, right? I think they're going to mostly be looking up like, oh, that's it. We're hitting the high. It's going to go back down. Here it comes, right? And then they're like, see, told you new lows coming in, right? See, told you new lows coming in. That would be the most painful case, right? Not giving anyone an opportunity to get in. That would be the most painful case, in my opinion, right? But we'll see. Yeah, most painful case would be like, I think that would be like the most painful case. Like, get it back up to the highs, then you'll have people being like, fine, I guess I messed it up, and then they buy, and then it comes down. But yeah, again, it could play out a million different ways. But my opinion, I think the most painful case is up. Yeah, most painful case for me personally would be staying between 60 and 70K. Shout out to Necro. Yeah, that would be painful. Let's see. Shout out to Dave. That's insane. I can't believe you just said that. Anyway, skipping over that chat. Shout out to Dave Digital. Welcome in, brother. Crazy first chat for me to see. Just let me be Mrs. Candles. Good Lord. Shout out to Dave Digital. Get in here, buddy. Come on. Mrs. Candles are big gloves to fill. Big gloves to fill. How do you draw that easily on TradingView? Shout out to who said it? Who said it? Shout out to John. I don't know exactly what you mean. I'm just using the brush tool. Hopefully that helps. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Frankie's like Tony Soprano with Meadows' boyfriend at dinner. I gotta rewatch Sopranos. Shout out to Dave said, so what you're saying is we should take trades based on what the chat is saying. Thanks. Or what the chat thinks. I'm asking for a friend just to clarify. Shout out to Dave. If you don't mind taking a loss. I mean, we'll see. I guess the entertainment value of this, isn't even really worth the loss, but I can afford the loss, so it's fine. We'll see. $187. Up 187. Come on. I guess at this point, send it down. Nuke this thing. Frankie's the Picasso of crypto. We do chart. We do chart art very often. Also he uses, he probably doesn't have the magnet. Oh, yeah. I don't have the magnet on. If you put the magnet on, it becomes, no, I guess that doesn't even really affect the brush. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just using brush. Only change here I have is an arrow. I have this as arrow instead of normal. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. I have been drawing magical lines on a chart for years. That might help. The scribbles are dope. Shout out to Bitcoin Tutor. Yeah, shout out to BSV said, you're up 187. Come on, Frankie. That's where the alpha. The chat is where the alpha's at. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. Uh-oh. We'll see what happens. I think he's asking if you're using the mouse to draw. Yes, I am using the mouse to draw. I don't have like a little tablet thing or anything. This is just a mouse. What if it turns into an epic short? If it turns into an epic short, I guess we'll make money. I don't know. I'll tell you this. It doesn't even really need to be epic. I'll do a giveaway. If this wins, just for fun, I don't know. I'll gift some of the profit. Hit the POC. I'll be somewhat conservative. Where's the anchored VWAP? 67.517. Yeah, if we hit that anchored VWAP, I'll take profit along the way. I don't know. But yeah, if it's an epic short, that's lit. I would be in a short that I would, if this actually just ends up nuking down, I'll be in a short that I would otherwise not have been in. So I think it's only fair to share the profit. Make a nice 6K today. Where would we have to go to make a nice 6K? Back down to 61K. If we go back down to the macro golden pocket, or the old macro golden pocket, or the old value area low. Deviation, back to 61K. Can you show the chart with Bitcoin tapping the bull market support band? There it is. There it is. And of course, confluent with our horizontal levels of support as well, which was pretty close. Not dead on, but 68 to 67K, right? So maybe we get bonked down here. And again, we do have setups here where I will take shorts on signs of weakness, but, overall, you're definitely pushing into resistance. Cool-offs are not unlikely, but volume profiles, guys. Until we break back down out of this value area low, I am going to be looking at this range as the context. Stay above the POC in the value area low. Doorway to the value area high is open. And again, I know I pulled up this range before. That second target is just a daily MPOC, right? So if I'm just looking at this throughout the range, I'll just hide the resistance band. All right, if I'm just looking at this from a volume profile perspective, right, stay above the low as long as we stay inside this range. I will be looking at this as the roadmap for price. If we come back down, lose the value area low, yikes. That maybe we can see the bigger dump to the downside. But right now, we're nice breakout into this range. Very nice. Exactly what we wanted to see here on the daily bull divs, right? Looking at this as a volume profile trade, if you're in on the confirmations below the low, TP1, when you're in from the actual bottom like we are, value area low is your first take profit. Partial TP, right? And then you can hold the rest of it with your stop loss at break even. If you get back inside the range, you could potentially fill that entire profile. That was the full thought process of that trade. Started off as a little bit of a scalp to the value area low, and then if you want to hold a portion of it for a swing on the idea of getting accepted into the range and rotating in full, you can, which I have. I actually think I have this open. So we already have a bunch of profits locked in, but still holding a portion as we continue up through the rest of those targets. So there you go. 58K is still 58K is very strong still. Bookmap speaks value. Shout out to Drop Shots. Shout out to Viking, said, had some trouble with Discord, but I am finally in the premium Discord. Looking forward to seeing what's in there. Shout out to Viking. Appreciate you for joining. First thing I would do, brother, when you get in there is, obviously get acquainted with the chat, meet your fellow CandleMafia members, but also go to the Occasional Sauce channel and go read through that. And if you have not already, prerequisite for being in the Discord, watch the entire beginner series on YouTube. That'll get you up to speed with what we look at in there, for the basic stuff at least. Yeah, shout out to Abdul, said, today I saw what it means. Fast move down equals fast move up, just like you said. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. We talk about it, right? It's that volume gap. It's how we're able to predict that. Like, a lot of people be like, what the heck, man? How, like, not only looking for the move, but understanding it could be very aggressive. Could get very exciting if we can get up to 67 to 68K and break it. Why do we know that, right? Just simply based off the value, right? The volume profiles. Your bigger high volume node is up here. Big gap. With another massive POC, highest volume node, right there. We cling to this. Once we get above 64K, which is technically where that high volume node was, flip it, low volume, right? I even had the gap marked out here. Might still have it from yesterday. I just have like a lot of stuff drawn on the chart now. But I marked off this low volume gap with you guys yesterday on the live stream. Come on. Really, up to about 73K. Down to 64. Whoops. Macro profile, right? Again, breaking through the low, POC and value area higher open, but look at the gap. And the liquidity as well was a big part of that. Right? We knew we had a lot of liquidity up here, either likely to end in an SFP or a short squeeze. It went, at least as of right now, for the short squeeze. Come on. Come on. There we go. Shout out to Caesar. Said, say hi to your dog for me. Found this shirt at a surf shop, bro. Picked it up. No way. Let's go. It's my favorite shirt. It's my favorite shirt. And people love it, too. Like, I don't really... Me and Mrs. Candles both she bought me like 10 of the shirts and a sweatshirt and a hat. And like we go out and people are like, dude, that shirt is sick. I'm like, it's not a joke. Literally, if you go home and don't tell your dog I said hi, I'm going to be offended. Let's see. Yeah, we had the Kramer reverse indicator firing too. Yes. I did see that, which is absolutely insane. I think it was like, I forget what the actual headline was. It was like Jim Cramer says like investing in Bitcoin is whatever. He was never buy Bitcoin is essentially what he said. Of course. Yeah, the 1 minute candle was 2K. This is insane. Wild. Whoops. Insane. She continuing down here? I got to hop off soon. I don't know how much time I'm going to have to wait for this to play out. Shout out to Dave said, my dog King says hi back to you, Frankie. Shout out to Dave. Let's go. Hi, King. I heard you're a very good boy. What kind of dog is it, Dave? But he's also looking at me like he wants a treat from you. Man, I don't have much. I don't have much here. Dang. Will he take a couple of 20s or a couple of hundreds? Give him a couple of hundreds. Shout out to Dave. Oh, man. What do we got? Oh, my God. We've been live for 4 hours. Good Lord. Mrs. Candles leaves. Mrs. Candles goes away. The Mafia stays at play. Check Super Chat. Did I miss a Super Chat? I did miss a Super Chat. Shout out to Salmonella. Thank you for the Super Chat. Said, if we go down a little more from here, is there a chance of a 5-hour bearish divergence? And would that be a confirmation for a bigger move? Shout out to Salmonella. I never know how to say that. Simonella? I don't know. Chance for a 5-hour bearish divergence. No bearish divergence here on the 5-hour. So let's leave that as a simple answer. You have higher highs on your price action, also higher highs on your momentum waves. That is not a bearish divergence. So no 5-hour bearish divergence. So there you go. So it would not be a confirmation of a bigger move down. And honestly, with your 5-hour money flow crossing into the green, I would have to have a bias here based on money flow, which of course has been chopped up recently throughout the sideways range. But I will say, at this point, as we are now accepted into the upper profile with medium time frame money flow coming up, 4-hour money flow trying to come up, 3-hour money flow coming up, no bear divs, I would have to entertain the idea of higher lows and higher highs. Again, based on the volume profile, it's not until we lose this value area low that I would expect a bigger move down. Until then, it's hold the POC or hold the value area low, your two major big key levels. Other than that, you might just chop around. So for an actual short position, for me personally, other than the one I'm holding right now, because the one the Mafia picked, is I would really prefer to see a sign of weakness, losing key support. And again, I'm not going to go over the exact confirmations I'm looking at. It wouldn't be fair for the people who pay in premium. But no, you do not have a 5-hour bearish divergence here. And I wouldn't even say if you dumped from here, this momentum wave is it's going to stay a higher high. So you would not have a 5-hour bear div. Hopefully that answers your question. Bat phone is lighting up here, guys. Give me one sec. Mrs. Candles texted me and said, how is that stinky little thing? Talking about Lucy. Shout out to Mrs. Candles. We have a daily bear div. Technically, This is not what I like to see for bear divs, though. Right? If you print the red dot, like, say, today, you would have a lower high and a higher high. Is that a bearish divergence? Yes. But on a big move like this, when I like to see confirmations, for example, like here, this wasn't super extreme, but you can see it. What I like to see is more not like a high here and then a high there, right? What I like to see is a high and a higher high more close to each other into the key level. Like right here, you have a high into the value area high, or like even here, higher high, lower high. There's a bear div. Now, of course, this was just a small pullback, but then you get another higher high and another lower high. I like bear divs like this into a key zone of resistance better than if it were like say a high and then a higher high. Like, I don't like those bear divs as much, right? So technically, right, I would have to classify if you print a red dot there. Like, yes, that is from a very technical binary perspective. Yes, that is a bearish divergence. I just wouldn't be treating that the same as like a clean bearish divergence, which is what I like to see personally, which is what I just showed you. So there you go. Give me a Dogecoin. High in protein? What does that even mean? SFP on the 5-minute up through the 4-hour? I don't know exactly what you're looking at. Maybe this? Yes, we saw this earlier. Guess that's one decent thing I have on the side for the DGen short. And these medium time frame red dots. But again, I'm just not going to be surprised if we come up to hit that value area high. But yeah, you do have the SFPs there. It's the SFP of the local high, 3 and 4 hour, potentially looking to confirm in an hour. But yeah, you do have the SFP there of the local high. But that's not necessarily what I like to see. I mean, maybe for a small move down, but if I were looking for a massive collapse, right? Like for the big short, at $68,000, if I were going to, like, one of the big confirmations I was looking at here was an SFP of these highs, right? So, for instance, if we had come up and swept out this true high with an SFP, that is a much better setup, in my opinion, for a fake out for a much bigger dump to the downside. This is just like a local SFP, which is fine when you're looking for like just overall direction locally. But it's not like sweeping a major level from the previous price action. And why is that, right? I covered this the other day on the live streams. You have your value area, right? And then you have your actual range, right? Your high, which I guess you could look at as like, 67, 68K. I have it pulled to right here. Right, because this is almost $68,000, so I wanted to kind of incorporate the psychological level. But if we were to get, say, an SFP of like this true range high, this is your range high, this is your range low. Then your value area is just the area inside that consolidation where 70% of the price action transacted, right? So if I pull up the current, like there's your volume profile. That's where most of the volume was transacted. But your actual true structural range is like basically this high and this high. So if we were to come up, fake out that range high, well, then potentially you could go back down to range low. Maybe fake out the range low. Continue back up, right? And then you're just using that volume profile for context. But here, this is just more of like a local SFP on the current price action, right? It's just that little SFP, which of course can give you a pullback. But it's not the liquidity sweep or the SFP that I personally wanted to see right here at 68K for a really good short opportunity. And at this point, again, I would have to wait for some kind of a sign of weakness to go ahead and validly enter that trade or come up to the next key resistance above us. So there we go. Come on. Shout out to Onion says, I'm sitting short from 67.7 and on ETH from 21.50. Come on, Trump, say something stupid. Dump it for a moment. Let's go. Frankie at 61K time. Let's go. I hope so, at least for that short. But that's not really what my bias would be here based off the charts. I'd like a straight of Hormuz on. I'd like a straight of Hormuz on the rocks, please, is crazy. Hold the oil. Shout out to Ash. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Said, yo, what's good, Frankie and fam? Woohoo! 69K BTC. Let's get it. 15 minutes till 4-hour stream. Frankie, let's do it. All right, well, we got to stay on for 4 hours. So we got 10 minutes for Bitcoin to do something here. Imagine just go straight to 48K. That'd be insane. I mean, I said this last night. I do think, at this point, if you want to get to 30K, 40K, I think you need a black swan. I mean, you need something to break somehow, some way. And who knows? I mean, something could happen. I mean, it's called a black swan for a reason. People don't expect it. So I think at this point, in order to get back down towards those lower levels, you are going to need some kind of a black swan. So we'll see, guys. Option 1, option 2. I'm optimistic for option 1 to play out. And, again, even a new low still could be intact there. Once we have a reason to start looking at option 2, well, it's probably likely to play out. That plays out. So, shout out to Dave. Said, you haven't taken Lucy to walk for 4 hours? Yeah, I actually should go take her out. She's not in her crate, though. I feel bad leaving her in her crate. Davey's going to give me that. She is, I can actually check the camera. Every time I do this and I check on her, she's throwing her toy in the air and chasing it. I took her out right before, though. She's getting better at holding in her poop. So it used to be, all right, camera. Oh, I have it unplugged. Dang it. You used to have to take her out like every 30 minutes. Don't have to do that anymore, thank God. Sailor sold to make a point. Yeah, Erica, that's what I heard him talking about that on a podcast. I'm good with option 1, half deployed and hoped for 50s and mid-50s preference. Reach. Yeah. I mean, that's my thing too, right? If the bottom is in, I'm exposed, right? I don't have to worry, right? And at this point, right, if we do end up getting like a confirmation and a big pullback, maybe I drop the rest of my capital in on a retracement. But at the end of the day, if we continue up, I'm exposed. If we continue down, I still have a little bit of dry powder to continue buying lower. The win-win scenario. I had a Lucy that would literally hold her pee for 12 hours while I was at work. She was amazing, and I really hated it when it happened, but she was amazing. Yeah, shout out to Dave. Hey, maybe your Lucy, maybe my Lucy's got a little bit of your Lucy in her. I can't believe I just called her in it. Shout out to Ash. BTC pumping and we making money. Bing bong. Let's go, baby. Come on. The show must go on. Sleeping and sometimes waking up this stream is gold. Thank you, Frankie. Shout out to Nidacon. Welcome in. Good to see you. Were you feeding her Taylor Farm lettuce? Shout out to K-Tub. No, Lucy's on a strict diet. Lucy has never had human food yet. We're trying to make sure she's not going to be a beggar. She will. She will eventually get it, though. We just want to get her past the puppy stage. Darkside said Michael Saylor was not forced to sell. Yeah, man, I don't know. He said he did it to prove a point. Who knows if he's telling the truth or not? Again, that really means nothing to me. It really does. I just don't care. It means nothing to me. I trade the charts. It doesn't matter. So I literally don't care about that stuff, and it has never done me dirty. It's and it's just such an easier way to live. And you know, it's like it's something to talk about, right? It's like and again, I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't matter to me because I'm just make all my decisions based off the charts. And it's just like, you know, I pull up the news and I start reading through the news and I'm just like it's just funny. Like once you start trading up based off the chart for a long, once you become a technical trader, after a certain amount of time, you just start to look at the news and it's like, I can't believe people pay attention to this. And it's like, I'm not saying news doesn't move the price. I'm not saying high impact news is not important. Of course it is. Of course it moves price. But I would just argue that 9 out of 10 times you can have yourself positioned based off the chart before that stuff comes in, or just don't trade the high impact news. And it just doesn't matter, right? They're just narratives. Miss me with the narrative. Miss me with what if they've raised rates? What if they lower rates? Miss me with all of that. I'll just trade the charts. And, of course, I do pay attention to this stuff, and I keep it in mind, but I just don't make decisions off of it. He sold BTC to buy the other thing he used AI to make. It was supposed to be above 100 for him to sell and buy BTC. Shout out to Darkside. Shout out to Dave, said trading off the chart is so early 2026. It's August. We trade off chat. Get with the times, Frankie. Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave. I'm with the times, baby. I'm with the times. Let's go. Shout out to Dave. Shout out to Luca. Says, bro, are you short right now? Technically, yes. But I'm only short right now because I let the chat tell me to short. But my personal, if you want like my actual plan, not this degen short. Where am I at? What am I doing here? Bottom range. Okay. So my thought process is for my actual trading plan, I would sit on my hands and wait to come into the daily MPOC value area high. This is the next target to the upside. Again, trading is a game of trapping, not hunting. This is your trap. We did not hit the trap. I am typically not taking a trade here. But then I don't even remember how this started. Somebody said, I don't even know how it started. Maybe I started it. I don't know. But we saw the 15-minute bear div, and I put a poll up, short or long, and most people voted short, 46%. So we just took that degen trade. I expect this to get stopped out. So I am waiting for this next target right up here. You can scrub back to the beginning of the stream. You'll get all the exact key levels. So yeah, I would say probably 8 to 9 out of 10 times when you take a front run trade like this, you get stopped out, and then you're like, oh man, like I don't even know why I took that. So that's why I don't have a lot of conviction in that. So there you go. Where is this volume profile pulled from? This volume profile is pulled from 2024. This consolidation right back here from February 2024 to November 2024. Shout out to Dave, said Tony D would never allow such shenanigans. Nobody tell Tony. Nobody tell Tony. Yeah, I prefer personally the short up here. I just took this one for entertainment purposes. AI said to dump it. Shout out to Digital Asset Degen, says 8 years sober from watching mainstream news networks. I'll be cracking a beer. To that later. Hey, shout out to you, bro. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's yeah. I don't know. I can't read the news, and if you're trading based off the news, you're already too late, right? I think that's just I don't know. I kind of feel like that's got to be common knowledge. It's like more I'm just like looking at the news here. Yeah, it just keeps it simple, man. Like Bitcoin ETFs add 189 million as August net inflows approach 1 bit. Like, just show me the chart, right? Like, I don't care. When I see a daily bull div for my long from 58K, when I see a daily bull div below a macro value area low with local confirmations to take the trade, I am taking that trade whether the day's headline is Bitcoin has seen its lowest price in X years. Oh my God, could this be, this is the start of the crypto winter. Show me the bull div with the confirmations, I'm taking along. I literally could not care. Spit on the news. I'm getting carried away here. Just don't care. It's never helped me. There's been 0 times where I have seen news and been like, thank God I saw that news story. It's like it's like, I don't know. It's like, I'd be lying if I said I don't keep up with the news. It's just like it has 0 to do with the decisions I make. It's almost for like people who just, I feel like it's like for the uninformed investor, it's like, I guess it's like different with like stocks where it's like earnings reports or something. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, the other thing is too, like most of the news stories, go look at the news stories from down here. It's all bearish. Why would I want to even pay attention to that when I am trying to keep my technical mind clear so I can make good decisions and accumulate at low prices? Why would I want to be berated with Bitcoin? The analyst says Bitcoin is headed to 4K. FTX collapse triggers massive regulation for crypto. It could cause massive regulation for crypto, could mute all bull markets moving ahead. Like, why would I want to be bombarded by all that negative news when I'm looking at massive bullish confirmations, right? And that's why I do not make decisions off of the news. And after a long time, you just stop caring. It has never mattered, right? Like, those bearish news events have never meant a thing. Literally means nothing. What means something is the chart and what the technical confirmations are saying. I would say like black swan news is probably more impactful, right? Where it's like something unexpected happens. That makes sense? Hopefully it does. What else we got here? Fabricated rumors about Bitmart founder, Binance B stocks dominate. Bitcoin price hits 11-week high as U.S. Treasury doubles debt buyback. Ripple raises $275 million for U.S. prime brokerage to meet institutional demand. Flip the switch. I don't know. Bitcoin to 1 million. Yeah, here it is. Oh, okay. Never mind. This isn't as bad as I thought. It's Bitcoin to 1 million by 2030 is mathematically impossible. I thought that was going to say Bitcoin to 1 million. I was just like, here we go. We'll pop to the upside. Now we're looking at $1 million. But yeah, I don't know. You guys get the point. Don't trade the news. Trade the charts. Short term was a wild trading day with FTX. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah. It's already easy enough to feel like this thing's going to 0 when you see something like this. No reason to have to read the news. But again, like even here, it's like, I don't know. I look at this, right? If I were looking at this during the time of FTX, what time frame? I'm on the 16-hour. I don't know. Deviation, hold the value area low, full rotation, deviation above the high, bearish divergences, back into the range, back to the low. And then obviously news collapse, right? So like there's a, I don't remember if I took this short or not. When was this? November? I don't remember. But chances are if we're looking at this range the way we typically do, and we are deviating above the highs with bearish divergences, we're probably looking for shorts. And boom. Oh my God. What happened? I don't know. It's weird that there was a bearish sign here right before it happened, though. So, yeah. Anyway, I digress. We need a Bitcoin mini-me. Bitcoin to 1 billion. Shout out to Torboro says, Trump announced economic D-Day for Iran. It was a nice daily bull run. Time to go down again. Shout out to Torboro. Don't forget October 10th. Yeah, shout out to Abdullah. That was one I do remember because we were short. Value area high. I think it was, I don't remember exactly where it was, but it was value area high was somewhere here. Value area low was like right here. We deviated above the high. We had our bearish confirmations. We took the short, looking to go back into the range, back down to the low. Somewhere in here, Trump tweeted, already holding the short. It just assisted our move down. And, of course, price, or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, the value area low was here. And then price wicked below the value area low, closed. And just a perfect example of shorted here, bearish for the move down, news came there, right? If the news comes out here, we start dumping, and you short, you're too late, right? Doesn't mean you can't wait for a retracement and then look for a short, but yeah, I don't know. Show me the charts that tell you the news. There are people out there that make money trading the news, right? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there is. I'm sure there's people out there trading all kinds of crazy stuff. And in that case, I would always tell you, don't change it. You know, if people are telling me, oh, I make tons of money with the news, but, you know, charts look pretty good too. I want to learn that. Honestly, dude, if you're making money trading the news, don't fix what ain't broken, dude. But yeah, in my experience, it's never been beneficial to pay attention to the news. Like, I almost feel like I get away with it, right? Like, I almost feel like I'm doing something that I'm not supposed to be doing, right? Like, I feel like I get away with not paying attention that deeply and making decisions off the news. Like, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm just going to kind of I'm going to focus on the chart. And it always works out, right? More often than not. Of course, it doesn't work out every time. But yeah, and I'm thankful because I could care less of a blah, blah, blah. Like, this guy's in a lawsuit with this guy and this, miss me with it. It gives me a headache. Show me the charts. Show me my confirmations. I'll take the trade. Miss me with the drama. 57 more likes, LFG. We need 550 for the 10 discount codes. And what else did I say? $100. I'll give $100 to somebody in the chat. Shout out to Wick589. Wick, I missed your super chat last night, bro. I don't know if you left, but I did mention you in the chat. Sorry I missed that, bro. Welcome in, brother. He says, hi, Fishbowl friends. You live on my phone in this tiny chat box and sometimes on TV. Shout out to Wick. Let's go, baby. We're mobile. We're moving. And we're already past 4 hours. Charts first. News for confirmation can be a good strat. Yeah, that would be more. And again, it's not that I don't ignore the news. I just kind of like exaggerate a little bit because the truth is like, it's not, it's like paying attention like during the ETF stuff, right? Like, of course I'm paying attention to it, right? But again, the news of the ETF, like the ETF news we got here, right, does not mean long, right? We shorted this, literally shorted this. Now, of course, it's going to be bullish long term, but like forget about the ETFs, forget about all that, and just look at the cycles and the key levels. And you can mark this out. If I did not know the ETFs were happening here, I would have traded this exactly the same. I would have shorted on the bearish confirmations. I would have longed on the bullish confirmations. Did both of them. The news of the ETFs would have changed nothing in here. So maybe I should say that. It's not that you shouldn't pay attention to the news. It's just that you don't need to pay attention to the news, right? Trading this exactly the same regardless of what the news was. Like if there was bearish ETF news here and we came down and I still got bullish confirmations here, I'm still taking that long. I don't care about what the news said. Now, maybe if the news was bearish, maybe that short would have come down and maybe we wouldn't have gotten bullish confirmations there. But whether the news is bullish or bearish here, I am taking whatever the chart is saying. So if there's a bullish confirmation here, I don't care if the news is bearish. I'm still taking the long. If the news is bullish here, which it was, I'm still going to short because I have the technical confirmations. So there you go. But yeah, I think, paying attention to the news is important. Many times you see big moves on the chart before they happen, then comfortable in positions as it nukes. Shout out to Torbro. That's exactly how I usually explain it. Take the short. Once you get into the short, Trump tweets, oh, cool, beautiful. This just confirms my bias that I already had before the news came out. Fake news. Yeah, see, I like to check CVD divs, RSI on crypto adjacent stocks. Last couple long time frame bull divs on Coinbase haven't failed me so far. That's nice. I like that. Shout out to Dave. Let's ask chat, what altcoin should we trade? I'll buy $100,000 of whatever altcoin someone puts in the chat. No, I'm kidding. We already took the chat trade. Shout out to H-Bar Moonboy. Yeah, we're still going, baby. I'm actually about to hop off. Actually, Nick just said XRP, Jesse. We didn't take a look at XRP before. Let's take a quick look at it. I'm completely nuking the rewatchability of this stream. I'm just going to leave. Guys, man, I can't. This is why you do not want to miss the Frankie Candles live streams. Last level. We marked it off as key somewhere. There it is. This is the level. Key level. Bottom of the golden pocket. The only thing holding you up from 82 cents. We have been bing-bonging around here forever. Finally came down, tapped it, held it, got the bounce. So now we can move this low, that fib down there. So your biggest, to be honest, your biggest level of resistance really hasn't changed. It is sitting at the golden pocket, 786, right here at $1.17 to $1.23. Once we get out of there, we can look to head up towards about $1.34. But we're just stuck between this golden pocket and the value area high. This is the key level you want to break above. Money flow looking to come up here on the higher hourly time frames. Daily still chopped. 2-day still chopped. 3-day. And no div. 4-day div. You do have a 4-day bullish divergence. 5-day bullish divergence. 6-day bull div. Weekly bull div. So there it is. Looked at this level for I can't tell you how long. I hate these boring parts of the market, but we finally tapped it, and we're getting the bounce. Luckily, we didn't lose it. This is still key. If we lose this, I'm looking down to 83 cents, 82.50. But till then, I might kind of pull out some new levels here that we could take a look at tomorrow. But you got your anchored VWAP coming in here at about $1.14. That's local resistance. Above that, I would still say the biggest level to look at is this 786 value area high at about $1.22. It's not going to be until we could break out here that I'd be looking up here. But you do have those higher time frame divs. Weekly bull div printing. 2-week bull div is also printing. And why is this the biggest level? Why is this such a key level? Well, because if we break up, we have to get out of this volume profile to get out of this super bearish scenario. Because if we don't get accepted, if we don't get launched out of this range, and we get stuck inside the value area high, PLC is the next target, right? So to make this not an eventual target, we need to get out of this value area and above that 786. Again, $1.22. So we came down. Key support held. Now we just need the key resistance to break. Shout out to Wick said, y'all just told me for months XRP was a stable coin, and then it like went 7x and y'all got quiet real quick. Shout out to Wick 589. Yeah. I mean, again, it's the classic Cardano XRP hate, because it didn't get $1,000 or whatever. So people see it go down, they hate it. Well, that's why I don't promise people unrealistic expectations. But yeah, I say this all the time. Shout out to Week 589, right? Like people say like XRP is the worst coin ever, right? But it's like, well, it offered 860% in the bull market, right? That is like, you're not going to get gains like this. Obviously in crypto, you can get gains like this and more. But like, this is such a huge gain relative to any kind of traditional asset. Like to say this is a bad asset as far as a bad thing to trade, this is like, 860%. The reason people think that this is terrible, they're acting like XRP was the only thing that didn't go up into massive new all-time highs, like just very slight. But a lot of other coins did that as well, right? Dogecoin is people don't hate on Dogecoin because it didn't make a new all-time high. XRP technically made a new all-time high, and people are still hating on it. Granted, it is a new all-time high from back in the day, but it's like, I just see this as a chart. I'm agnostic. I have no emotional attachment. The reason people hate this, still say this is trash, even though it went up 860%, is because there are influencers out there promising them $10,000. So by that measure, it's a terrible asset, right? Or a terrible, I'm not even saying it's a good asset or not, but like tradable. Yeah, I don't know. For whatever reason, XRP and Cardano, everybody always call for zero. And the only logical explanation I can come up with is that Cardano and XRP have these crazy communities that just are always promising $20 Cardano, $50 Cardano, $10,000 XRP. And when you have that expectation, you could do a 10x and people are not going to be happy. So I never see it like that. If I see cheap price and I see it as undervalued, I will take that trade or hold that coin until it is overvalued with bearish confirmation, right? Anybody still holding COQ? Yes, I am. I am still holding COQ. Now it's 0. I'm still waiting for ICP to take over the internet any day now. Yeah. Shout out to Tarboro. Yeah, it's always something. How is ICP doing? Because you have to understand, like, a lot of the sentiment is coming from influencers, right? Like, a lot of it, I talked about this back here, and I'm not saying ICP won't do well or anything like that, but it is a very heavily marketed coin, right? They throw a lot of money around, which, again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but you just have to understand how these things work, right? If you are... Why was ICP such a popular? Why was I getting asked to look at the ICP chart? The ICP chart constantly? It's because that is what's getting shoved down everybody's throat, right? And again, I'm not saying it's not going to do good or anything like that. I'm just saying you understand that there is a reason why this thing is talked about so much, right? They pay for it. So, I mean, honestly, I was kind of shocked that this thing even came back. But all these things, like, some influencers would have a monetary incentive to talk about all of the good things about this. This is why, like, I never do sponsorship from tokens or anything like that. We've gotten offered 1 billion times. We never take it. But, like, if they were to pay me $50,000 to make a video about their coin, any video that you've seen me make about an altcoin has just been off my own research and my own decision. I've never been paid to make any of those videos. But if if I were paid $50,000 to make a video about a coin, I can't go up there and give an honest opinion if I have bad things to say about it, right? Or if I think the chart looks like trash, right? I would have to go up there and talk about all of the good things. So you have to think about that, right? When it's heavily marketed, there's all these hopes and dreams of, oh my God, this thing is going to happen, whether it's the XRP army, whether it's the Cardano, it doesn't matter. Insert whatever altcoin wherever you want. That's what gets those, oh my God, guys, like those the thumbnails, like XRP to 500, ICP to 2,000, finally, gonna change the world. It's like, that's what gets clicks. They're paid to say it, and then, people are sitting there being like, well, what the heck? I thought this thing was eventually going to go up like crazy, and it just never happened. Meanwhile, when you understand how to read the charts, you can have a pretty simple thought process of like, okay, well, hey, this is undervalued based off this relative price action. Let me see if I can ride this from the value area high to the value area low to the value area high, see if I can get bearish confirmations at the high. Hey, maybe I should lock in some of that money because this chart looks like trash on the 3-day. Not, oh, but, it's got to change the world. I don't even know what the narrative is here, right? Or if there was one. Maybe ICP didn't have that, right? But, like, forget, like, what the... I wish people knew what to listen to. People want to hear this, right? Millions of people want to hear that, right? But it is literally the worst thing for them. What they should want to hear is key levels, confirmation, technicals, and if not that, at least real information, real data, not just these moonshot predictions. So there you go. Amen. Preach. Won't get suckered into that crap again. Yeah, I mean, it's not, and I'm not saying ICP can't do good or anything like that. I'm just saying with like any altcoin, right? Most altcoins will not make new all-time highs. Most of them will not. That's just how it works, right? It's all speculative. Some of the biggest runners in some of the bull runs aren't even around anymore, right? It's all hype. It's all speculation. It's speculative, right? If I make a coin and I pay every influencer to talk it up, get your audience excited about this. We're trying to build hype, right? And again, I'm not saying that's bad if the project is good, right? But a lot of these projects have a fake roadmap. They've never accomplished anything they're looking at or anything they're looking to do. And they just build up the hype. And I'm not even saying it's a scam. I'm not even saying like they're necessarily, the creators are rugging it or the influencers are rugging it. But what I am saying is like they just want to try to pump up their coin. And if you don't know when to sell based off something other than just a random influencer saying it's going to $1,000 because bullish, you need something to weigh that against, right? At least when someone tells you, if you understand how to read the charts, if you understand the stuff that we teach here, someone tells you this coin's going to this price, you can at least look at the chart and first off find out if that's even realistic, and you can look at the local levels in between where price is and where that crazy target is and understand if there are confirmations that are calling for those targets not to get hit. For XRP, for example, right? Whatever their targets are, right? These are my personal targets, which are amazingly lower than most people, right? Target number 1, $5.46. Target number 2, $9, $11, $15, right? Now, of course, we saw no alt season. These targets were pulled from down here in the anticipation of if an alt season happens and you go into massive all-time highs. Of course, that was not the case. Most altcoins made lower highs. Some of the newer ones made new all-time highs. But most coins made lower highs. XRP was one of the few that made an all-time high. But how do we know? How do we know that there was How do we know that there was probably a low probability of coming up to these targets, even these targets, these very conservative targets? We understand, right? Like, hey, first target here for the new all-time highs, 531. We come up, we SFP, and we get the weekly bear divs, right? Yikes, right? And at the same time, we have Bitcoin doing the same thing. Bitcoin giving those leading indicators of, hey, maybe the top is coming in, right? And at that point, you, just like on Bitcoin, we say 150K, 137K, very unlikely to get tapped. I think very likely 126K is the top. Sell on the retracement. Great decision. Same thing with XRP, right? Well, we have a target up here. Targets are way less important right? Like, yes, if we put in massive new all-time highs, that could be the next target. But once you start seeing those bearish confirmations, yikes. A lot lower probability of seeing that target hit. You need something to weigh, right? You need something to weigh those random, not that these are random targets. These are actual based off technicals. But even if they weren't, right? It's like, well, hey, well, maybe we do go to the psychological level of $10. You have to be able to weigh that $10 target against something that can tell you that the market is getting weak and is probably not going there. How nice would it be if you were sitting there waiting for your price targets to get hit, and then you see something on the chart that tells you, hey, you're probably not going to that target? How great would that be? There is something like that, and it's called technical analysis. All right. Let's see. See if we can keep Frankie for 5 hours. We're well on our way here. We're well on our way. Yeah, shout out to Bossoff. Says, the more bear divs, the less targets. The less targets matter. Gotta always be adjusting the info. Absolutely. The stream is going in the books for sure. I think what is my record? I think my record is 4 hours. I think my record might be 4 hours. It might be 5. I'm not sure. Blood Diamond on the 1 minute. Oh, I do not see oh, this is not the 1 minute. That's why. Oh my God. Blood Diamond on the 1 minute. It's going to 0. Let's see. Is my short? I think my short might be in the red now. Oh my God. I'm never going to recover, guys. I'm never going to recover. It's the final countdown. I think XRP bottomed yesterday, but could always be wrong. Yeah, could be. I mean, it's money flow over divs all day, right? Shout out to Caesar. I would say money flow plus divs over everything. But yeah, I would say, again, a bearish divergence is more than likely. Let's just say this continues up, right? This bear div is more than likely to give you some kind of move down, right? But the money flow is going to make me anticipate the overall trend. So when it comes to trend, money flow over divs. If I have, say, a 4-hour bearish divergence up here, yes, maybe I take a scalp to short that thing back down. But if money flow is crossing into the green, I'm treating that as a lackluster pullback for eventual higher lows and higher highs. So the div, sure, I wouldn't say money flow over divs because that div is likely to give you a move down. But when it comes to overall direction and trend, yes, that div, just a 4-hour bear div, would not make me think we're going down to 0, right? 4-hour bear div with money flow in a big green wave crossing into the red would make me indicate a much bigger dump. So yeah, overall, divs with confluent money flow is over everything. So there you go. Rip, see you boys at 5K. Shout out to Erica, says, Frankie doesn't even have BTC, I suspect. Yes, I own 0 Bitcoin. No, I'm just kidding. I am even still holding a portion of my Bitcoin that I don't plan on ever selling, right? When I sold my Bitcoin up here, there was a portion of my bag that I did not sell. I just have a certain amount of Bitcoin that I will not sell. I am planning on holding it and giving it to my kids. So there you go. I don't want to get like too specific into numbers, but I will say multiple Bitcoin that I did not sell up here because I'm holding them long term. Obviously, I sold majority, but I still have a bag of multiple Bitcoin that I am just holding long term. So there you go. Full scam. Shout out to Erica. Imagine that. I just have never bought crypto in my life. Yesterday, 4-hour div with red dot, money flow in 24-minute, and we're pumping after. Shout out to, I don't know how to say that name. Yesterday, 4-hour bear div. Yeah, so yesterday with the 4-hour bear div, but again, this is a perfect example. So yesterday on the live stream, let me just pull up the context here. Right? 4-hour bearish divergence into the value area high. Always going to be looking for a pullback, right? And when you're looking at this in terms of volume profiles, short at the high, long at the lows, first TP is point of control, stop loss to break even, right? So, but what do we have here? Let's zoom in on the money flow, right? Of course, you have the bear div, but what is your money flow doing? Your money flow is trending to the upside. So if you had to pick a bias here, which to be fair was very difficult inside this range because it had gotten faked out every single time. But if you take this money flow at face value, money flow is trending up, right? Very simply. If you have trouble understanding if money flow is trending up or down, just simply draw a trend line. Is that trending up or down? There's your answer, right? So 4-hour bear div, pullback, like I said, almost every single bear div, regardless of the time frame, is probably 9 out of 10 times going to give you some kind of a move, right? Money flow indicates the overall trend. So in this case, you can look for a pullback, but the anticipation would be a pullback for a higher low and a higher high. Where's your key level? It is $64,000, the exact key level that we gave you on the live stream. Or I don't know about you. I don't know if you were here yesterday. But there it is. I must have POC. It was also the Golden Pocket 786 and the anchored VWAP. So yesterday, this is a perfect example. 4-hour bear div could give you the pullback. Money flow is coming up. Higher low, higher high would be the anticipation based off your money flow. So that is an example of the div being a signal, right? That's why I don't say money flow over divs, because this div is likely to play out regardless of if money flow is coming up or not. The severity of that div playing out is going to be based on the money flow. So when money flow is trending up, key level of support holds, right? You're overall expecting higher lows and higher highs. Your next job there is to pick out your key level. There it is, sitting here between 64.1 and 63.575. The 4-hour div indeed gives you a nice little 1.4% pullback into the higher low for the massive higher high. So that's a perfect example of whoever asked that question about money flow and divs. And the reason I explain this is because it's probably very easy for like a beginner or someone who's not as experienced to think 4-hour bear div, we must go down in a big way. Not necessarily. This is where I would say, if you're looking for the long-term move, money flow over the div. Does that make sense? Hopefully I'm not just yapping. Shout out to Anita. Thank you for the super chat. Says, brother, why BTC is going so up? Shout out to Anita. Side this stuff. Well, I would put this, it depends on what you want to talk about, but reason I expected this bullish case to play out was bull divs below a value area, fair value, cheap, expensive. You go into the cheap territory with, bullish divergences on your daily, right? Another example of a div. Now here is a little different because you have a bullish divergence. Yes, money flow is in the red, but this is kind of what you want. You want that money flow to be in the red because once that div prints and you continue to the upside, you want money flow to start trending up. And that would give you room to get a pullback, right, for a a higher low and an eventual higher high. So bull divs with money flow coming up on the daily was a big reason I was personally looking at this for, I guess, technically since, what was that date in the Discord? Because this, you can go back to the market update. Go on the YouTube channel, go back to this date, and find the market update posted around this date. I think the thumbnail said bullish signs appear or something. I think I put the bull div on. I think I put the bull div on the thumbnail. But the idea in that market update, and again, just to get the date, where is it? Where is it? Bear with me here. Probably passed it. Bro, am I tripping? Bear with me. I was literally on it before. Why can I not see this? Bro, I'm not stopping until I find this. Oh, I'm in the scalp channel. That's why. I knew I wasn't tripping. Now let's scroll through this channel for 10 minutes. Cooked, guys. I'm cooked. There it is. Right? Bull divs at the low. And where's our volume profile? Shortly after seeing those bull divs print, with the long setup at 58K, it's coming up. Where is it at? Somewhere here. There it is. So go back to the thumbnail with the bullish divergence around early July. This thought process was in line. Bullish divergences, money flow coming up. Get accepted into the range above the POC, we could head up to the high. And of course, we haven't seen this play out in full. But why are we going up? I think the best answer I can give you is from my perspective. Why was this my longer term plan? Why was I holding my portion of my long from 58K for so long? This is why. Bull divs at the low, money flow coming up. Get accepted in here with money flow coming up. Trend is likely to continue to the upside. And then, for this aggressive, if you're wondering why this is such an aggressive pop to the upside, we had a lot of liquidity. And when you sweep out those shorts, it creates those very aggressive buys that pushes price and just smashes through all that liquidity. So there you go. Hopefully that was a good explanation. Frankie lost in the sauce candles. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. I'm 56 minutes behind, and you just said you got to hop off soon. Shout out to Ace. I mean, listen, we've been doing short streams recently because we haven't had any price action. So while we got stuff to talk about, I figured why not talk about it. But yeah, this is I think we might be cracking a record here. Oh wow, maybe this is a sign, guys. Dead mouse. Or dying mouse, I should say. Can you explain how you plot those POCs? Shout out to Malin. Check out the beginner series on the channel. I have a video explaining how to find key levels. That is the one where I show you how to mark off the POCs. Go check that out. Honestly, watch through them all, as I always say. If you want to learn how I personally trade, the things that I look at and what I look at to make these calls, go watch the beginner series. It's 100% free. It's like a free beginner trading course. Go check that out. Come on, Asian market, dump it. Yeah, shout out to Jesse. Said, get a new battery. You ordered them. You got a lot of stock. Yes, I do. This has actually been weeks and weeks and weeks of a battery. This is the first time it didn't die in 3 days on the Amazon batteries. Shout out to Dave. Said, can you make a video on how you put your shoes and socks on in the morning? Yes. I actually have an unconventional way of getting my shoes and socks on. I actually wear my shoes on the wrong feet because it makes me more profitable. It's easier to take trades when your shoes are on the wrong feet. But anyway, yeah, no problem, Alan. Check it out, bro. It's literally the best trading value you're going to get here. Whether you're trading stocks, gold, commodities, does not matter. Crypto, it all works. It's all the same for any asset. Shout out to Erica. Said, making up for the time. Stream time hit a bull div on the daily. Yeah, literally, yeah. Making up for lost time for sure. Like any other man, shoes first, then socks. Absolutely. You got to protect the shoes, man. Keeps your kicks clean. 100%, bro. That's how I keep my Nikes nice and crispy. Shout out to I don't know how to Monarch, I think is what that says. Short or long, which is good, which is a good trade for this level. I mean, do I answer it? What do I say? I don't want to go on a 10-minute rant. I really do have to jump out of here. But I would argue, if that question is asked in the manner of should I take a long or short right now, you should go back to the drawing board, or not back to the drawing board, but just take a step back and start learning. Trading is much more complicated than being able to just know if it's a good trade right now and take a trade. For me personally, and the way you should look at the charts is to, of course, I'm in a situation right now where I took the chat trade, but as you all know, right, as trading is a game of trading is a game of trapping and not hunting. Right now, we are front run my key level of resistance, and we are not at a key level of support. If I were to jump on the chart right now for the first time and I see this, I would not take a trade, right? This is just not a place where I would take a trade. So, to answer your question, is it a good long or a good short? Not really the way to look at trading. But if I had to be, like I said before, if I had a gun to my head, I mean, you haven't tapped the resistance yet. That's why I say I would prefer that we come up and take out this level. But at the end of the day, long feels like you're chasing, right? We've already gotten a very big move up. You have some bearish divergences. I would have to be looking for a short here. Even if I do feel that we can come up and sweep these highs, it's not something that I would not just take a trade based off that, right? I would just sit on my hands if I was not holding, just ignore the chat trade. It's not really a trade that I would want to take. Hopefully it still plays out. But if I jump on the chart here, I would say I have not hit a key level. Sure, you have a bearish divergence that could pull you back. I'm not necessarily always taking a trade based off that, right? If I think I can go up, it doesn't mean I'm going to long because I think we're going to go up. It's if I think we're going to go up, it's going to push us directly into a key level of resistance. That's where I would want to look for a short, right? You don't want to get on the chart and try to just predict up or down and then take a trade. You want to wait for price to come into a high confluence level and then look to take the trade. So a sound trade setup, in my opinion, would be to just wait for the key level to get tapped. And price could move around all over the place before we get there. I'm not worried about missing those moves. So I would say wait for those key levels. And maybe you know this. I don't know. But if you don't, go watch the beginner series. But if I were forced, right, like for me personally, you get a massive move up like this. If I were forced to take a trade, I would prefer that, hey, we've already gone up a lot. Maybe we get a little bit of a cool off. You're probably, you don't want to be buying the top. So, gun to my head, you're probably better off. I would rather take a short here rather than just like long it. Because typically I want to take shorts on green candles, right? I don't want to long on green candles. Mind you, my long from 58K was taken when the chart looked like trash, right? I am never longing after a big move up. I am either long, when I am long for a big move up, I am always long from lower, right? I never see price start pushing to the upside and I'm like, oh my God, we're pumping. I'm going to long and try to ride it up. No, never. I am, if anything, when price is dumping like this, right? This is very scary. In this case, you do have confirmation, right? So this is actually a key zone of support when we hit that 58K level. So you actually came into a key level of support. But just in general, price is coming down. This is typically like if I wanted to take a short and I didn't take it here, or like even here, if I'm not taking it on a retracement, I'm already too late. Price has already moved down. It's too late to chase a short here. So if I was forced to just take a trade off no reason, I would prefer to try to take a long and catch a bounce, right? Not catch the end of the down move. So that logic kind of stands true here as well, right? Technically, my plan would be to wait for up here, but, I would not be in favor of longing on top of a big move up like this. Hopefully that makes sense. Please plot on the chart live running trade. So the trade that I just took was, I don't know the exact entry, but it was like somewhere here, stop above the high. And then, I don't know, maybe we can come down to this POC. But to be clear, if you take this trade, you are taking chat's trade. You're taking the Mafia's trade. This was degenerate entertainment purposes. This is not my actual trade, right? But the real trade that the real level that I'm most interested in waiting for is, of course, the value area high. It's very simple. We go from low to POC to high. We have front run the high and the daily MPOC. This level is not tapped yet, right? So I will be interested in an actual short position. I expect the one I'm in right now to get stopped out to come up here for my actual setup. Maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't. If this thing just nukes, then, like I said, I'll give some of the profit away in the chat. Give away a couple $100 in the chat. Because I would not have taken that trade. Again, not saying you can't pull back, but I think even if we do pull back, it's going to be higher probability. These volume profiles have a very high probability, 70-ish% chance of filling in full. So when I front run that level, I just have a sneaking suspicion that these levels will get hit. So I will be personally waiting for this, other than this degenerate short position that I took based off chat. That I wouldn't really count this. I mean, count it as a trade. It's a real trade, but don't count this as one as I was very interested in. So there is technically the one trade, and then I have my long from 58,000 with the next target of technically 71,550, but at the end of the day, I'd really like that to come up to the value area high at 78K. So there you go. And I'm also holding some swing shorts as well from much, much, much higher in the 90s, but I'm not going to mark those out. Do you ever compare alts to BTC because ETH might be front running the move of BTC? It had another leg up. Sometimes. I mean, I think more like when we saw the daily bull div on Bitcoin, ETH got an exaggerated bull div, which is still a bull div. It's just not as aggressive. But when was this money flow crossover? July 21st, I believe. Yeah, Ethereum was slightly front-running Bitcoin back there on that money flow crossover by like a day. It's not like a big part of my analysis, so it's not something I really focus on. But could it lead a move? Maybe. Not something I generally look at, though. But if your question is, could ETH be front-running Bitcoin? Maybe. Let me see something here. Yeah, not something I really look at. It could have happened, maybe. Not something that I really use as like the reason I would expect a continuation up is just because we have these front run levels that I'd prefer to get hit. And again, not setting limit orders here. This is an area of interest. So if we continue to push, I'm going to look for confirmations up here. If I don't get the confirmations and we just rip right through the level, right? Well, there's no short trade to have, and I will continue to hold my long from 58K. And I'll continue to print. So my reason for looking for a very likely continuation into this zone is not based off the front run of ETH. Could it help? Maybe. 10 more minutes to beat the 5 hour time limit. All right. Well, we got 10 minutes left in the stream, baby. Let's go. Shout out to Boss Sloth. Says, I got a dip, boys. Good luck on any trades. Thanks for the stream, Frankie. No problem. Shout out to Boss Sloth. Thank you for being here, brother. Have a great day. Take a sip of that Aztecian cactus alien water. It's very possible that people are pulling profits from Bitcoin and putting profits into ETH. Could be. Shout out to Dave Digital. Is it excuse me, is it possible that ETH is gay? Maybe. I don't know. I always classify for whatever reason Bitcoin as a boy and ETH as a girl. All right. We got like 8 minutes. Do a Q&A for the last 8 minutes. And I'll keep this running on the low time frame. Q&A. Ask me anything about trading, technical analysis, life, women. I don't know. Frankie just proved he doesn't have gills. What does that mean? Last bear market, ETH bottomed in June. Yes. Shout out to Dave Digital. I will bring Lucy up right now. And then we will sign off. Watch the chart, guys. You know as soon as I walk away from this chart, this thing's going to move. How can you tell if a frog is a boy or a girl? Oh, my God, I don't know. Oh, because I choked on water. I definitely don't have gills. Would be cool, though. Favorite moving average? I'm not really a moving average guy. I look at the high time frame moving averages like on the weekly, the 50, the 100, 200, 300, but I'm not a moving average guy for the most part. I like anchored VWAPs. And it's not that I don't like moving averages. It's just you have to pick and choose what you look at, right? If I had all these moving averages, all these MPOCs, value area levels, profiles, all this stuff, it would just be too messy. And chances are a lot of the big moving averages that people pay attention to, I'm going to have some kind of key level there from a different context. So yeah, I don't really have a favorite moving average. Better to add or average down on a bad trade? I think adding into a trade without the original plan of adding into a trade to save it is the worst is most of the time a terrible decision. Out of 9 out of 10 times I've done that, it turned out to be the worst decision ever, and I just wound up losing more money and getting liquidated. Maybe it plays out one time, right? Or in my experience. Maybe it plays out 5 times for you. I don't know. So I say that's generally a bad idea. Now, that is not the same as adding into a trade that you already plan on adding into, right? Let's say I wanted to take a big long here, and then if we make another low here, I'll add again, right? 50%, 50%, and then I'm holding it for the longer term. That's valid, right? Because it's part of the original plan. But longing here, right? Whoops. Longing here and just like adding to the position to save you from getting liquidated. Terrible idea. Okay, let me go grab Lucy. We got like 4 minutes left. And yeah, I'll be right back. I'll play, I don't know. I'm going to play a song. I don't think I've ever played this song. It could have a lot of bad words in it. So if you have kids listening, I don't know, it might be good. It might have bad words, though, so be ready to mute the TV. Maybe I have heard this. I'll be right back. Watch the chart for me.
24 hours in a day, what the fuck you gonna say? Pick a lane, man, you gotta choose one. It's what they used to tell me every day. Caught a few along the way, don't be afraid if you gotta lose one. I'm trying to take it higher, the boy is on fire. You preaching to the choir, you know that. Never been a liar, the boy is on fire. I'll take it to the wire, you know that. Reach back, had to grab me a hit. I'm on the clock, game time, it's like I'm drafting a pick. Like a genie, I could grant you a wish. I'm so drunk, I just might smoke something if they pass me the shit. I gotta slow down, plenty of it here to make it go around. They was going slow and so I drove around. Ain't no fucking question, course I hold it down. Course I hold it down. All I ever knew, this ain't no news. If you know Jerry, that's the way I am. Shut the door on me like when you signing out of AIM. I come back just to...
All right, here she is. Oh my God. Calm down. It's okay. She's not going to stay up here for very long, guys. I'm trying to get the camera up. Okay, all right, calm down. Calm down. All right, there's Lucy. Say hi, baby. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hello. Oh, you're a crazy girl. Okay. All right, guys, I got to go. Thank you for tuning in. We'll keep an eye on this short, and we'll check back in with you tomorrow right here on the Frank Candles YouTube channel. Say bye, Lou. Say bye. Smash the like button on your way out. That's all I got. Hasta pasta. Frankie Candles out. Bing bong.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the roll, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the roll, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the roll, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the roll, here we go, here we go. Here we go. On the road, here we go.